setting his on the coffee table. I always thought Dane was sort of fratty and like a Budweiser in a beer cozy type, but what confused me is how you could be worse when you look so much more put together.
What do you mean by worse?
Come on, I say. You know, like how you're always pulling him off to these crazy trips as soon as Amy has something nice planned. Valentine's Day away in Vegas, their anniversary last year, and you took him to Nicaragua to go surfing. You and Dane went skiing in Aspen on her, well, our 31st birthday. I ended up eating Amy's free birthday dessert at Olive Garden because she was too drunk to hold a fork. Ethan stares at me, confused. What? I ask. He shakes his head, still staring. Finally, he says,
I didn't plan those trips.
What? Laughing without humor, he runs a hand through his hair. The bicep pops again. I ignore it.
Dane plans all of the trips. I actually got in trouble with Sophie for going along for the Vegas one on Valentine's Day. But I had no idea he was missing events. I just assumed he needed brother time.
A few seconds of silence in which I rewire my memory of all these things because I can tell he's sincere. I specifically remember being there when Dane told Amy about the Nicaragua trip, how he was going to have to miss the anniversary of their first date, and she looked devastated. He said,
Ethan, the dumbass, got non-refundable tickets. I can't say no, babe.
I'm about to tell Ethan this when he speaks first.
I'm sure he didn't realize that he was canceling plans she'd made. He wouldn't do that. God, he would feel awful.
Of course he would see it this way. If the roles were reversed, I would do or say anything to defend my sister. Taking a mental step back, I have to admit that now is not the time to hash this out, and we are not the people to do it. This is between Amy and Dane, not Ethan and me. Ethan and I are in a good spot. Let's not ruin it, shall we? I'm sure you're right, I say, and he looks up at me gratefully, and maybe with a bit more clarity, too. All this time, I thought he was behind those trips. He gets that now. Not only isn't he the judgmental asshole I thought he was, he's also not the terrible influence that resulted in my sister's hurt feelings. It's a lot to process. Come on, I tell him. Let's get dressed and get ourselves a car. Ethan's hand comes over mine as we leave the hotel.
In case we run into Sophie,
he explains. Sure. I sound exactly like the eager nerd in a teen movie agreeing with something too readily, but whatever. Holding Ethan's hand is weird, but not entirely unpleasant. In fact, it's nice enough that I feel a little guilty. We haven't seen her and Billy since snorkeling, so all this performative affection is probably unnecessary. But why take chances, am I right? Besides, I have become a big fan of those hands. We rent a lime green Mustang convertible because we are idiot tourists. I'm sure Ethan expects an argument about who should drive, but I gleefully toss him the keys. Who doesn't want to be chauffeured around Maui? Once we're on the northwestern coast, Ethan opens the speed as much as he can. People just don't drive fast on the island. He puts on a Muse playlist, and I veto it and put on the Shins. He grumbles, and at a stoplight, chooses the Editors. I'm not in the mood for this, I say.
I'm driving.
I don't care. With a laugh, he gestures for me to pick something. I put on Death Cab, and he grins over at me. It brightens the sun. With their chill sound blowing in the air around us, I close my eyes, face to the wind, my loose braid trailing behind me. For the first time in days, I am completely, no hesitation, no doubting it, happy. I am the smartest woman alive for suggesting this, I say.
I'd like to argue for the sake of arguing, he says, but I can't.
He smiles over at me, and my heart does an uneasy somersault beneath my breastbone because I realize I'm wrong. For the first time in months, maybe years, I'm happy. And with Ethan, of all people. Being an expert at self-sabotage, I revert back to old habits. That must be hard for you. Ethan laughs.
It is fun to argue with you.
It's not a jab, I realize. It's a compliment. Stop that. He glances at me and back to the road.
Stop what?
Being nice? And God, when he looks at me again to see whether I'm joking, I can't help grinning. Ethan Thomas is doing something weird to my emotions.
I did promise to be irritating and smug, didn't I?
You did, I agree. So get to it.
You know, for someone who hates me, you sure moaned a lot when I touched you, he says.
Shut up. He grins over at me and then back at the road.
Press together. Don't spread.
Will you shut up? He laughs this wide-open laugh. It's a sound I've never heard, and it's an Ethan I've never seen. Head tilted back, eyes crinkled in joy. He looks as happy as I feel. And miraculously, we spend hours together without arguing once. My mom texts a few times, Amy too, but I ignore them both. I'm honestly having one of the best days I can remember. Real life can wait. We explore the rugged shoreline, find several breathtaking blowholes, and stop to eat roadside tacos near a coral-strewn bay of crystalline aquamarine water. I have nearly 40 pictures of Ethan on my phone now, and sadly none of them can be used as blackmail because he looks great in every single one. He reaches over, pointing to my phone screen when I scroll to a photo of him. He's grinning so wide I could count his teeth, and the wind is whipping hard enough to press his shirt tight to his chest. Behind him, the Nakalele blowhole majestically erupts nearly 100 feet into the air.
You should frame that one for your new office, he says.
I look over my shoulder at him, unsure whether he's kidding. An inspection of his expression doesn't clear things up for me. Yeah, I don't think so. I tilt my head. It's oddly obscene.
It was windy,
he protests, clearly thinking I'm referring to the fact that every contour of his chest is visible beneath the blue t-shirt. Which, yes, but I was talking about the enormous ejaculation behind you. Ethan goes quiet, and I glance up at him again, shocked that he hasn't immediately run with this one. He looks like he's biting his tongue. I register I've veered away from insult territory and sprinted headlong into sexual speak territory. I think he's gauging whether I intended to be flirty. And then he seems to decide that I hadn't, which is true, but now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I should have been, and bends to take the last bite of his taco. I exhale, swiping to the next photo. A picture he took of me standing in front of the famous heart-shaped rock. Ethan looks over my shoulder again, and I feel us both go still. Admittedly, it's a great picture of me. My hair is up, but blown loose from the braid. My smile is enormous. I don't look like the pessimist I am. I look entirely smitten with the day. And hell, with the wind plastering my shirt to my torso, the twins look amazing.
Send me that one, okay?
He says quietly. Sure. I airdrop it to him and hear the small ding when his phone receives it. Don't make me regret that.
I need an accurate image for my voodoo doll.
Well, as long as that's your intention.
As opposed to...
He leans into the naughty tone and won't let up on the eye contact, which suddenly screams spank bank. My stomach rolls again. A masturbation insinuation. Suggestive humor. This feels like free falling without a parachute.
What are we doing tonight?
He asks, blinking away and immediately clearing the mood. Do we really want to push it? I ask. We've been together for... I pick up his arm and glance at his watch. Like 80 years straight. There are bruises, but no bloodshed yet. I say we quit while we're ahead.
What does that entail?
I get the bedroom and Netflix, you wander the island to check on your hidden Horcruxes.
You know, in order to create a Horcrux, you have to have murdered someone, right?
I stare up at him, hating the tiny fluttering that gets going in my chest because he knows the Harry Potter reference. I knew he was a book lover, but to be the same kind of book lover I am, it makes my insides melt. You just made my joke very dark, Ethan. He balls up his taco wrapper and leans back on his hands.
You know what I want to do?
Oh, I know this one. You want to have dinner at a buffet.
I want to get drunk. We're on an island, on a fake honeymoon, and it's fucking gorgeous out. I know you like your cocktails, Octavia Torres, and I haven't seen you as much as tipsy once. Doesn't the idea of a few drinks sound fun?
I hesitate. It sounds dangerous. This makes him laugh.
Dangerous like we'd end up either naked or dead?
It feels like being punched, hearing him say this, because that is exactly what I meant, and the idea of ending up dead doesn't scare me nearly as much as does the alternative. About halfway back to the hotel, we pull into the dusty lot of Cheeseburger Maui, which boasts $1.99 Mai Tai Wednesdays. This is thrilling, as it is Wednesday and I am broke. Ethan unfolds from the front seat, stretching distractingly. I definitely do not grab an eyeful of Happy Trail, but if I did, I would notice how soft it looks against his hard, flat...
"Ready?"
he asks, and my attention rockets to his face.
"Ready,"
I say in my best aggressive robot voice. Definitely not caught swooning. I hold out my hand, beckoning, and for a hilarious beat, Ethan clearly thinks I want to hold his hand. He stares at it, bewildered. "Keys," I remind him. "If you're getting drunk, I'm driving." After he sees the logic here, he tosses them over to me, and given that I am the least athletic person alive, I manage to nearly catch them but ultimately slap them into a pile of gravel near the tire. Ethan laughs as I jog to retrieve them, and when I pass as he holds the bar door open for me, my elbow slips and digs into his stomach. Oops. He barely winces.
"That all you got?"
God, I hate you. His voice is a growl behind me.
"No, you don't."
The inside of the restaurant is over the top and kitschy, and so positively magical that I pull up short. Ethan collides with my back, nearly sending me sprawling.
"What the hell, Olive?"
"Look at this place," I tell him. There is a life-size shark coming out of the wall, a pirate complete with pirate ship mural in the corner, a crab wearing a life preserver suspended in a net overhead. Ethan whistles in response.
"It's something else."
We're having such a good day not murdering each other that I'm going to be polite and suggest that we can go somewhere a little more highfalutin if you'd prefer. But I don't see a buffet anywhere, so...
"Stop acting like I'm such a snob. I like this place."
He sits down and picks up a sticky menu, perusing it. A waiter in a Cheeseburger Maui t-shirt stops at our table and fills our water glasses.
"You guys want food or just drinks?"
I can tell Ethan is about to say just drinks, but I jump in first. If we're in this for the long haul, you're going to need food.
"I just had tacos,"
he argues. "You're like 6'4" and weigh 200 pounds. I've seen you eat, and those tacos aren't going to sustain you for long." The waiter mm-hms appreciatively beside me, and I look up at him. "We'll check out the menu." We order drinks, and then Ethan leans his elbows on the table, studying me.
"Are you having fun?"
I pretend to focus on the menu and not the curl of unease I feel at the sincere tenor to his words. "Shh, I'm reading."
"Come on, can't we have a conversation?"
I put on my best confused face. "A what?"
"The exchange of words, without banter."
He exhales patiently.
"I'll ask you something, you'll answer, then ask me something."
Groaning, I say, "Fine." Ethan stares at me. "God, what?" I ask. "Ask me a question, then."
"I asked you whether you're having fun. That was my question."
I take a sip of water, roll my neck, and give him what he wants. "Fine. Yes, I'm having fun." He continues to watch me, expectantly. "Are you having fun?" I ask obediently.
"I am,"
he answers easily, leaning back in his chair.
"I expected this to be a hellmouth on a tropical island, and am pleasantly surprised that I only feel like poisoning your meals about half the time."
Progress. I lift my water glass and clink his.
"So, when was your last boyfriend?"
he asks, and I nearly choke on a piece of ice. Wowza, that escalated quickly. He laughs and gives a wince I find so adorable I want to spill his water into his lap.
I didn't mean that to be creepy. We were just talking about Sophie yesterday, and I realize I didn't ask anything about you.
That's okay, I assure him with a casual wave. I'm fine not talking about my dating life.
Yeah, but I want to know. We're sort of friends now, right?
Blue eyes twinkle when he smiles. The dimple makes an appearance, and I look away, noticing that others are noticing his smile, too.
I mean, I did rub your butt yesterday.
Stop reminding me.
Come on, you liked it.
I did. I really did. Taking a deep breath, I tell him, my last boyfriend was a guy named Carl, and...
I'm sorry, Carl?
Look, they can't all be sexy Sophie names, I say, and immediately regret it because it makes him frown, even when the waiter places a giant alcohol-soaked, fruit-filled drink in front of him. So, his name was Carl, and he worked at 3M, and, God, this is so dumb.
What's dumb?
I broke up with him because when the whole thing with 3M and the water pollution went down, he defended the company, and I just could not handle it. It felt so corporate and gross. Ethan shrugs.
That sounds like a pretty reasonable reason to break up to me.
I meet his high five without thinking, and then mentally log how awesome it is that he chose that moment to high five me. Anyway, so that was a while ago, and here we are. He's already put away about half of his Mai Tai, so I turn it back to him. Has there been anyone since Sophie?
A couple Tinder dates.
He drains the rest of his drink and then notices my expression.
It's not that bad.
I guess not. In my head, I just picture every dude on Tinder as expecting it to just be sex. He laughs.
A lot probably are. Probably a lot of women are, too. I'm certainly not expecting sex on the first date.
Or what, the fifth? I say, gesturing to the table, and then clap my mouth shut because, hello, this is not a date. Thankfully, my idiocy coincides with the waiter coming by to take another drink order, so by the time Ethan turns back to me, he's ready to move on. And as it turns out, Ethan is a really cute, happy drunk. His cheeks turn pink, he's got a perma-grin, and even when we return to the topic of Sophie, he's still giggling.
She wasn't very nice to me,
he says, and then laughs.
And I'm sure it made it worse that I stayed. Nothing is harder in a relationship than not respecting the person you're with.
He leans his chin heavily into his hand.
I didn't like myself with her. I was willing to try to be the guy she wanted rather than who I really am.
Examples, please?
He laughs. Okay, here's one that might give you a sense of it. We had a couples photo shoot.
White shirts and denim with a fence backdrop? I ask, wincing. He laughs harder.
No, she wore white, I wore black. In front of an artfully dilapidated barn.
We both groan.
More importantly, though, we never fought. She hated fighting, so it was like we couldn't even disagree.
Sounds just like me and you, I say sarcastically, giving him a grin. He laughs, and his smile lingers as he looks at me.
Yeah.
After a pause that seems to hang, heavy and expectant, he inhales deeply and says,
I've never been like that before.
God, I relate to this more than I can say. Honestly, I get that.
Do you?
Before Carl, I say, and he snickers again at the name. I dated this guy, Frank.
Frank?
We'd met at work, but Ethan will not be deterred.
I know your problem, Odessa.
What's my problem, Ezra?
You're only dating guys who were born in the 1940s.
Ignoring him, I press on. Anyway, I'd met Frank at work. Things were going well. We had a good, sexy vibe, if you know what I mean, I say, and I expect Ethan to laugh at this, but he doesn't. Anyway, he saw me freaking out about a presentation one day. I was nervous because I didn't feel I'd had enough time with the material to get comfortable, and I swear, seeing me like that totally turned him off. We stayed together another few months, but it wasn't the same. I shrug. Maybe it was all in my head, but yeah, that insecurity just made it worse.
Where did you meet Frank again?
Butaki. As soon as I say it, I realize it was a setup.
Bukkake,
he sings, and I push his water toward him. It's Butaki, you dumbass. Why do you always do that?
Because it's funny. Didn't they run the company name through some test audiences or what's it called?
Focus groups? He snaps his fingers together.
That, like, Urban Dictionary is right there. It's like naming a kid Richard.
He leans in, whispering like he's imparting some great wisdom.
He's gonna be called Dick. It's just a matter of time.
I register that I'm staring at him with overt fondness when he reaches forward, touching a careful fingertip to my chin.
You're looking at me like you like me, he says.
It's the Mai Tai goggles you're wearing. I hate you as much as ever. Ethan lifts a skeptical brow.
Really?
Yep. Nope. He exhales a little growl and polishes off his 6th Mai Tai.
I thought I rubbed your butt pretty well. Well enough to at least be shifted up into the strongly dislike category.
The waiter, Dan, returns, grinning down at sweet, pliable Ethan.
One more?
No more, I quickly answer, and Ethan protests with a drunken pfft. Dan waggles his eyebrows at me, like I might have a great time with this one tonight. Look, Dan, I'm just hoping I can get him to the car. I can, in fact, but it takes both me and Dan to keep him on task. Drunk Ethan is not only happy, he is exceedingly friendly, and by the time the 3 of us get out the door, he's received a phone number from a cute redhead at the bar, bought a drink for a man wearing a Vikings t-shirt, and high-fived about 40 strangers. He babbles sweetly on the drive home, about his childhood dog, Lucy, about how much he loves to kayak in the Boundary Waters and hasn't been in too long, and about whether I've ever had dill pickle popcorn. The answer is hell yes, and by the time we get back to the hotel, he's still drunk off his ass, but slightly more collected. We make it through the lobby with only a few more stops so Ethan can make new friends with strangers. He stops to give a hug to one of the valet attendants who helped us check in. I give an apologetic smile over Ethan's shoulder and check his name tag, Chris.
Looks like the honeymooners are having a good time, Chris says.
Maybe too good. I lean toward escape. I mean, the path to the elevator. Just taking this one upstairs. Ethan lifts a finger and beckons Chris closer.
Do you want to know a secret?
Amused, Chris leans in.
Sure. I like her.
I would hope so, Chris whispers back.
She's your wife.
And boom goes my heart. He's drunk, I tell myself. This isn't a thing he's saying, just drunk words. Safely in the suite, I can't help but let Ethan collapse on the enormous bed for the night. He's going to be rocking a pretty serious headache in the morning.
God, I'm so tired, he moans.
Rough day of sightseeing and drinking? He laughs, one hand reaching up and coming in for a heavy landing on my forearm.
That isn't what I mean.
His hair has fallen over one eye, and I'm so tempted to move it aside. For comfort, of course. I reach out, carefully sweeping the hair across his forehead, and he looks up at me with such intensity that I freeze with my fingers near his temple. What do you mean, then? I ask quietly. He doesn't break eye contact, not even for a breath.
It's so exhausting pretending to hate you.
This pulls me up short, and even though I know it now, the truth of it still blows through me. I ask, so you don't hate me?
Nope.
He shakes his head dramatically.
Never did.
Never? You sure seemed to.
You were so mean.
I was mean? I ask, confused. I scrabble back through the mental history, trying now to see it from his perspective. Was I mean?
I don't know what I did.
He frowns.
But it didn't matter anyway, because Dane told me not to.
I am so lost. He told you not to what? His words are a quiet slur.
He said, hell no.
I'm starting to understand what he's telling me, but I repeat it again anyway. Hell no to what? Ethan looks up at me, gaze swimming, and reaches up to cup the back of my neck. His fingers play with my braid for a contemplative beat, and then he pulls me down with a surprisingly careful hand. I don't even resist. It's almost as if, in hindsight, I've known this moment was coming forever. My heart vaults into my throat as we move together. A few short exploratory kisses, followed by the unbinding relief of something deeper, with tiny sounds of surprise and hunger coming from both of us. He tastes like cheap alcohol and contradictions, but it is still hands down the best kiss of my life. Pulling back, he blinks up at me, saying, "That. I'll need to see if there is a doctor in the hotel tomorrow. Something is definitely wrong with my heart. It's pounding too hard. So tight." Ethan's eyes roll closed, and he pulls me down beside him on the bed, curling his long body around mine. I can't move, can barely think. His breathing evens out, and he succumbs to a drunken slumber. Mine follows much later, under the perfect, heavy weight of his arm. Chapter 11. I open the door to our suite as quietly as I can. Ethan wasn't awake yet when I finally gave up on waiting for him and went to get something to eat, but he is now. He's sitting on the couch in nothing but boxers. There's so much tan skin to take in. It sends my pulse skyrocketing. We'll have to talk about what happened last night. The kissing and the fact that we slept together all night, curled in a matching set of parentheses. But it would probably be much easier if we could just skip the awkward talk and go straight to the making out again. "Hey," I say quietly.
Hey.
His hair is a mess, his eyes are closed, and he's leaning back as if he's just focusing on breathing or planning to start a petition to ban all sales of $1.99 Mai Tais. "How's the head?" I ask. He answers with a gravelly groan. "I brought you some fruit and an egg sandwich." I hold out a to-go carton of some mango and berries and a wrapped package with the sandwich, and he looks at both of them like they're filled with buffet seafood.
You went downstairs to eat?
He asks. The follow-up, "without me," is clearly implied. His tone is dickish, but I forgive him. No one likes a pounding head. Setting the food down on the table, I head into the kitchen to get him some coffee. "Yeah, I waited for you until about 9:30, but my stomach was digesting itself."
Did Sophie see you there alone?
This feels like being jerked to a standstill. I turn to look at him over my shoulder. What?"
I just don't want her to think that there's trouble in our marriage.
We spent all afternoon talking about how he's better off without Sophie. He kissed me last night, and this morning he's worried about what she thinks. Awesome. "You mean our fake marriage?" I say. He rubs a hand across his forehead.
Yeah, exactly.
Dropping his hand, he looks up at me.
So?
My jaw tightens, and I feel the storm build in my chest. This is good. Anger is good. I can do angry at Ethan. It's so much easier than feeling the tickling edges of smitten. "No, Ethan, your ex-girlfriend was not at breakfast. Neither was her fiancé, or any of the new friends you made in the lobby last night."
The what?
He asks. Never mind. Obviously, he doesn't remember. Excellent. We can pretend the rest didn't happen either.
Are you in a bad mood?
He asks, and a dry, sardonic laugh bursts out of me. Am I in a bad mood? Is that a serious question?
You seem upset or something.
I seem? I take a deep breath, pulling myself to my full height. Do I seem upset? He kissed me last night, said sweet things implying that maybe he'd want to do that for a while, and then passed out. Now he's grilling me about who might have seen me getting food alone in the hotel. I don't think my reaction is overblown. I'm great. He mumbles something and then reaches for the fruit, opening the lid and peering in.
Was this from the...
No, Ethan, it's not from the buffet. I ordered a freshly made fruit plate. I brought it up to spare us the $12 room service delivery charge. My palm is itchy to smack him for the first time in 2 days, and it feels glorious. He grunts out a thanks and then picks up a piece of mango with his fingers. He stares at it and then bursts out laughing. What's so funny? I ask.
Just remembering that girlfriend of Dane's who had a mango tattoo on her ass.
What? He chews and swallows before speaking.
Trinity, the one he was dating like 2 years ago?
I frown. Discomfort worms through me. Couldn't have been 2 years ago. He was with Amy 3.5 years ago. He waves this away.
Yeah, but I mean before he and Amy were exclusive.
At these words, I drop the sugar spoon I'm holding and it clatters dissonantly on the counter. Amy met Dane at a bar, and by her account, they went home that night, had sex, and never looked back. As far as I know, there was never a time they weren't exclusive. How long was it again that they were seeing other people? I ask, with as much control as possible. Ethan pops a blackberry into his mouth. He's not looking at my face now, which is probably good, because I'm sure I look like I'm ready to do a murder.
Like the first couple years they were together, right?
Bending, I pinch the bridge of my nose, trying to channel professional Olive, who can keep her cool even when being challenged by condescending physicians. Right. I can either freak out or milk this moment for information. They met at that bar, but it wasn't until... When did they decide to be exclusive again? Ethan looks up at me, catching something in my tone. Was it right before they got engaged? I don't know what I'll do with myself if he agrees with this shot in the dark, but it suddenly makes sense that Dane would refuse to commit until he was impulsively ready to enter holy matrimony. My brain is nothing but fantasies of fire and brimstone. Ethan nods slowly, and his eyes scan my face like he's trying to read my mood and can't.
Remember? He ended it with the other women right around the time Amy had her appendix out, and then he proposed.
I slam my hand down on the counter. Are you fucking kidding me? Ethan bolts to stand, pointing a finger at me.
You played me. Don't even pretend like Amy didn't know all this.
Amy never thought they were seeing other people, Ethan.
Then she lied to you, because Dane tells her everything.
I am already shaking my head, and I really want to hurt Dane, but Ethan is closer, and it'll be a fantastic rehearsal. You're telling me that Dane was sleeping around for the first 2 years they were together, and he let you think Amy was okay with it? She started cutting out wedding dresses she liked in magazines after a few months of dating him. She treated her wedding like a game show challenge to win as much as she could, and it consumed her. She has an apron specifically for baking cupcakes, for crying out loud, and has already picked out names for their future children. Does Amy seem like the kind of chill gal who would be fine with an open relationship? He seems less certain now.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I need to call her. I turn to head to the bedroom to find my phone.
Don't!
He shouts.
Look, if that's what he told me, then I'm telling you this in confidence.
You have got to be joking. There is no way I'm not talking to my sister about this.
Jesus Christ, Dane was right.
I go very still. What is that supposed to mean? He laughs, but it's not a happy sound. Seriously, Ethan, what does that mean? He looks up at me, and with a pang, I miss the sweet adoration in his expression last night, because the anger here is painful. Tell me, I say, more quietly now.
He told me not to bother with you, that you're angry all the time.
I feel this like a punch to my sternum.
Can you believe I wanted to ask you out?
He says, and laughs humorlessly. What are you even talking about? I ask. When?
When we first met.
He bends, resting his elbows on his thighs. His long form curls up into an exhausted C, and he rakes a fantastic hand through his mess of hair.
That first time at the fair, I told him how pretty I thought you were. He thought that was weird, that it was weird for me to be attracted to you. Like it meant I was into his girlfriend or something because you were twins. He told me not to bother anyway, that you were sort of bitter and cynical.
Dane told you I was bitter? Bitter about what? I am flabbergasted.
I mean, I didn't know at the time, but it seemed to mesh with how you acted. You clearly didn't like me from the get-go.
I only didn't like you because you were such an asshole when we met. You looked at me eating cheese curds like I was the most repulsive woman you'd ever seen. He looks up at me, eyes narrowed in confusion.
What are you talking about?
Everything seemed fine, I say. While everyone was deciding what we wanted to go see first, I went to get some cheese curds. I came back and you looked at them, looked at me in complete revulsion, and then walked away to check out the beer competition. From that point on, you've always acted so disgusted around me, and food. Ethan shakes his head, eyes closed like he has to clear away this alternate reality.
I remember meeting you, being told I couldn't ask you out, and then going to do our own thing for the afternoon. I have no recollection of the rest.
Well, I sure do.
That certainly explains what you said 2 days ago, he says, about not making fun of your body during the massage. Certainly explains why you were always so dismissive to me afterward.
Excuse me? I was the dismissive one? Are you for real right now?
You acted like you wanted nothing to do with me after that day, he seethes. I was probably just trying to get my head on straight about being attracted to you, and of course you interpret it as something about your body and cheese curds? Jesus, Olive, that is so like you, to focus on the negative in every interaction.
Blood pulses in my ears. I don't even know how to process what I'm hearing, or the undeniable ache it shoves through me that I think he might be right. Defensiveness pushes aside introspection. Well, who needs to see the upside of things when you've got your brother telling you that I'm a shrew and to stay away from me anyway? He throws up his hands.
I didn't see anything that contradicted what he'd said.
I take a deep breath. Does it occur to you that your attitude can foster how people react to you? That you hurt my feelings by reacting that way, whether you meant to or not? I am mortified when I feel my throat grow tight with tears.
Olive, I don't know how to say it more plainly. I was into you, he growls. You're hot, and I was probably trying to hide it. I'm sorry for that totally unintentional reaction. I really am. But every indication I had, from you or Dane, was that you thought I was a waste of space.
I didn't at first, I say, leaving the rest unsaid. He clearly reads the I do now in my expression, though, and the line of his mouth hardens.
Good, he says, voice hoarse. Then the feeling is conveniently mutual.
What a fucking relief. I stare at him for 2 rapid breaths, just long enough to imprint his face in the space marked dickhead in my brain cyclopedia. And then I turn, storm back to the bedroom, and slam the door. I fall back onto the bed, reeling. Part of me almost wants to get up and make a list of everything that just happened so I can process it in some sort of organized way. Like, not only was Dane sleeping around for the first 2 years of his relationship with my sister, but he told Ethan not to bother with me. Because Ethan wanted to ask me out. I don't even know what to do with this information because it is so at odds with my mental history of him. Until the past couple of days, there has never been a hint of Ethan wanting anything to do with me, not even a flash of softness or warmth. Is he making that up? I mean, why would he do that? So does that mean he's right about me? Did I misinterpret everything in that first interaction and carry it with me for the past 2.5 years? Was a single ambitious look from Ethan enough to send me into this place of no return, where I decide we're bitter enemies? Am I really that angry? I feel my breath grow tight as the rest of it nudges back into my thoughts. Is it even possible that Amy knew about Dane seeing other people? She knew I was lukewarm on him from the get-go, so I have to give some space to the possibility that they had their own arrangement, and she didn't tell me because she knew I would worry or protest out of protectiveness. Frankly, it's hard for me to even imagine Amy and Dane in an open relationship, but whether or not it's true, I can't exactly call her from Maui and ask. That is not a phone call conversation. That's an in-person conversation with wine and snacks and a careful lead-in. I pick up a pillow and scream into it, and when I pull it away, I hear a quiet knock at the bedroom door. "Go away!" "Olive," he says, sounding much calmer. "Don't call Amy." "I'm not calling Amy. Just, seriously, go away." The hallway falls silent, and a few seconds later, I hear the heavy click of the suite door closing. When I wake up, it's midday, and the sun pours brightly across the bed, bathing me in a hot rectangle of light. I roll away from it, straight into a pillow that smells like Ethan. That's right, he slept in this bed with me last night. He is everywhere in this room. In the neat row of shirts hanging in the closet, the shoes lined up by the dresser, his watch, his wallet, his keys, even his phone is sitting there. Even the sound of the ocean is tainted with the memory of him, of his head in my lap on the boat, struggling to overcome seasickness. For a dark flash, I derive some joy out of the image of Ethan sitting miserably by the pool, surrounded by people he'd love to befriend when tipsy, but whom he wants to generally avoid when sober. But the joy falls away when I remember everything about our fight. The reality that I've spent the past 2.5 years hating him for a reaction he had that wasn't at all what I thought it was, and the reality that the Amy/Dane aspect isn't going to be resolved for a few more days, at least. Which leaves only one thing for me to chew on, and that's Ethan admitting that he wanted to ask me out. It's genuinely a rewrite of my internal history, and it takes a lot of mental maneuvering. Of course I found Ethan attractive when I first met him, but personality is everything, and his left a giant gaping hole in the column of positive attributes. Until this trip, that is, when he was not only the best sparring partner, but also entirely adorable on several occasions, and frequently shirtless. Groan. I stand up, walking to the door and peeking out. No sign of Ethan in the living room. Darting into the bathroom, I close the door and turn on the faucet, splashing water on my face. I stare at myself in the mirror, thinking, Ethan wanted to ask me out. Because Ethan liked me. Dane told him I was always angry. I proved Dane right that very first day. My eyes widen as an additional possibility occurs to me. What if Dane didn't want me to date his brother? What if he didn't want me in his business, knowing that he was the one planning all these trips, that he was seeing other women, and God knows what else? He's used Ethan as a scapegoat, as a shield. What if he used the convenience of my grouchy reputation to create a buffer zone? What a dick! Bursting out of the bathroom, I turn to the left to begin my Ethan search and run directly into his brick wall chest. The oof that erupts from me is cartoon-level comical. He makes it worse by catching me easily and holding me at a distance, looking down warily. I have the absurd image of Ethan holding me back with an outstretched hand on my forehead while I try to take swings at him with ineffectually short arms. Stepping back, I ask, "Where were you?" "Pool," he says. "I was coming to grab my phone and wallet." "Where are you going?" He lifts a shoulder. "Not sure." He's guarded again. Of course he's guarded. He admitted he was attracted to me, and up until this trip, I'd only ever been rude to him. Then I stormed out of the room after implying he's still a waste of my time. I don't even know where to start. I realize of the two of us, I have the most to say right now. I want to start with an apology, but it's like pushing water through a brick. The words just won't come. I start with something else. I'm trying to do that thing I do, where I look for the worst possible explanation for things, but do you think Dane was trying to keep us apart? Ethan immediately scowls.
I don't want to talk about Dane or Amy right now. We can't get into it with them while we're here and they're there.
I know. Okay, I'm sorry. I look up at him for a beat and catch just a flicker of emotion behind his eyes. It's enough to give me the bravery to push on. But should we talk about us?
What us?
The us that is having this conversation? I whisper, eyes wide with meaning. The us that is on this vacation together, having a fight, having feelings?
His eyes narrow. I don't think us is a very good idea, Olive.
This denial is good. It's familiar disagreement. It bolsters my resolve.
Why? Because we argue? That's a pretty mild term for what we do.
I like that we argue, I tell him, willing the sticky, tender words out. Your ex-girlfriend never even wanted to disagree. My parents won't get a divorce but don't speak to each other. And I know you don't want to talk about it, but I feel like my sister is in a marriage where... I hedge so we don't just go down that road all over again and I end up angry. She doesn't actually know her husband all that well. But it's always been safe for us to say exactly what we're thinking with each other. It's one of my favorite things about being with you. Do you have that with everyone? I ask. And when he doesn't immediately answer, I tell him, I know you don't. His brows pull down, and I can tell he's turning this around in his mind. He may be mad at me, but at least he's listening. I chew my lip, looking up at him. Time for a different tack. You said I'm hot. Ethan Thomas rolls his eyes at me.
You know you are.
I take a deep breath, holding it. Even if nothing happens once we get back home, and it might be smarter for both of us if we keep our distance, because who knows what nuclear fallout there will be when I finally talk to Amy, I sincerely doubt we'll be able to keep our hands to ourselves for the next 5 days. At least I know I won't. My anger toward Ethan has melted into a fondness and attraction so acute it's hard to not throw my arms around him in this hallway, right now, even when he's wearing his surly face, furrowed brows, mouth a hard line, and his hands are curled into defensive balls at his side. Maybe every time I wanted to smack him in the past, I really just wanted to press my face onto his. I narrow my eyes back at him. I am not afraid of relying on cheap seduction. I reach for his hand, and the movement accidentally presses my boobs together. He notices. His nostrils flare, and his eyes move higher on my face, as if he's trying to keep them from sinking. Ethan Thomas is definitely a boob man. I bite my lip, saw my teeth back and forth. In response, he licks his own lips and swallows, holding steady. I'm going to need to work for this. I take a step closer, reach out, and rest my other hand on his stomach. Holy Lord, it is firm and warm, and spasms slightly beneath my fingertips. My voice shakes, but I sense I'm getting to him, and it gives me the confidence to press on. Do you remember kissing me last night? He blinks to the side, exhaling slowly, like he's busted.
Yes.
But do you remember it? I ask, taking another step closer so that we're nearly chest to chest. He hesitates, and then looks back at me, brows drawn.
What do you mean?
Do you remember the kiss itself? My fingers scratch lightly at his stomach, down to the hem of his shirt, and I slip my thumb under, stroking. Or do you just remember that it happened? Ethan licks his lips again, and fire erupts in my belly.
Yes.
Was it good? I can tell his breathing is accelerated now as well. In front of me, his chest rises and falls rapidly. I, too, feel like I can barely get enough oxygen.
Yeah.
Did you forget your words, Elvis?
It was good.
He manages, and rolls his eyes, but I can see him fighting a smile, too. Good how? His jaw ticks, like he wants to argue with me about why I'm asking him this when I was obviously there too, but the heat in his eyes tells me he's just as turned on as I am, and is willing to play along.
It was the kind of kiss that feels like fucking.
All the air is sucked out of my lungs, and I'm left staring up at him, speechless. I was expecting him to say something safe, not something that would send my libido spiraling out of any controlled orbit. Running both hands up his chest, I relish the exhaled little grunt he can't seem to keep contained. I have to rise on my toes to reach him, but I don't mind the way he's making me work for it. With his gaze locked on mine, he doesn't bend until I'm right there, at the limit of where I can reach. But then he gives into it entirely. With a soft moan of relief, his eyes fall closed, his arms come around my waist, and Ethan covers my mouth with his. If last night's kiss felt like a drunken impulse, this one feels like a complete unburdening. He takes my mouth slowly, and then with more vigor until his deep groan vibrates all the way to the marrow of my bones. It's heaven to dig my hands into the silk of his hair, to feel the way he lifts me up from the floor so that I'm at his level, high enough for me to wrap my legs around his waist. His kiss makes me come undone. I can't be embarrassed that I fall so quickly into wild hunger because he's right there with me, nearly frantic. I speak the single word into his mouth. Bedroom. He carries me down the hall, maneuvering me easily through the doorway toward the bed. I want to eat his soft little grunts, the bursting exhales he gives when I tug on his hair, or lick at his lip, or move my mouth to his jaw, his neck, his ear. I pull him over me when he lowers me to the mattress, taking his shirt off before his chest even touches mine. All that smooth, warm, tanned skin under my hands makes me crazed, like I'm feverish. Next time, I think. Next time I'll undress him slowly and enjoy every inch revealed. But right now, I just need to feel his weight over me. His mouth makes its way down my body. Hands already familiar with my legs now explore my breasts, my stomach, the delicate skin beside my hip bones, and lower. I want to take a picture of him like this, his soft hair brushing against my stomach as he makes his way down, his eyes closed in pleasure.
I think this is the longest we've gone without arguing, he murmurs.
What if all of this was just a ruse to get a great blackmail photo? I am breathless as he kisses a string of heat across my navel.
I've always wanted someone who appreciates the long con.
He bares his teeth, biting the sensitive juncture of hip and thigh. I start to laugh, but then a kiss is pressed between my legs, where I am overheated and aching, and Ethan reaches up, resting a palm over my heart to feel it hammering. With focus and quiet, encouraging sounds, he makes me fall apart so thoroughly I am a demolished, giggling mess in his arms afterward.
You okay there, Olivia?
He asks, sucking gently at my neck. Ask later. Nonverbal now. His growl tells me he's happy with this answer. Hungry fingers slide up over my stomach, my breasts, my shoulders. I manage to pull myself together, too tempted by his collarbones and chest hair and abdomen to let a walloping orgasm keep me from exploring. With his lips parted and fingers loosely tangled in my hair, Ethan watches me move down his body, kissing him, tasting him, until he stops me with tense, dark eyes. Reaching down, he pulls me back up and rolls over onto me in an impressive display of agility. I feel the air sweetly pressed out of my lungs, the smooth slide of his body over mine.
This okay?
He asks. I'd argue with him about the word okay when things are very clearly sublime, but now is not the time to nitpick. Yeah, yes, perfect.
You want to?
Ethan sucks at my shoulder, sliding his warm palm up and over my hip, to my waist, my ribs, and back down again. Yeah. I gulp down an enormous breath of air. Do you? He nods against me, and then laughs quietly, coming up for a kiss.
I really, really do.
My body screams yes, just as my mind screams birth control. Wait, condoms. I groan into his mouth.
I've got some.
He jumps up, and I'm distracted enough by the view of him crossing the room that it takes me a second to realize what he's said.
Who were you planning on having sex with on this trip? I ask him, fake scowling over from the bed. And in which bed? He tears open the box and glances at me. I don't know. Better to be prepared, right? At this, I push up on an elbow. Were you thinking you'd have sex with me? Ethan laughs, ripping the foil open with his teeth. Definitely not you. Rude. He makes his way back over to me, treating me to a very lovely view. I think it would have been delusional for me to think I could ever get this lucky. Does he know he's chosen the perfect words to complete this mad seduction? I can hardly argue. Being with him right now represents the most astonishing luck I've ever had, too. And when he climbs over me, pressing his mouth to mine and running a hand down my thigh to cup my knee and pull it up over his hip, arguing is suddenly the last thing on my mind. Chapter 12. Ethan looks at me, smiles, and then turns his head down and pokes at his lunch. It's an ironically bashful expression for the hot, objectifying pervert who, barely a half hour ago, watched me with the intensity of a predator while I got dressed. When I asked him what he was doing, he said, "Just having a moment." What kind of moment were you having? I ask now, and Ethan looks back up. Moment what? I realize I'm digging for a compliment. He was watching me get dressed with a thirst I didn't see in his eyes even on my tie night. But I guess I'm still in that weird fugue where I don't actually believe that we're getting along swimmingly, let alone having fun being naked together. In the room, I say. Having a moment. Oh, he says and winces. Yeah, about that. Was just freaking out a little over having sex with you. I bark out a laugh. I think he's joking. Thank you for being so consistently on brand. No, but really, he amends with a smile. I was enjoying watching. I liked seeing you put your clothes back on. One would think the undressing part would be the highlight. It was, believe me. He takes a bite, chewing and swallowing while studying me, and something in his expression takes me back an hour, to when he kept whispering, "It's so good, in my ear before I fell to pieces beneath him. But afterward, seeing you put yourself back together was..." He glances over my shoulder, searching for the right word, and I'm guessing it's going to be a great one. Sexy or seductive, or perhaps life-altering. But then his expression turns sour. I point my fork at him. That is not a good face for this conversation. Sophie, he says, both in explanation and greeting as she steps up to the table, cocktail in one hand and Billy's arm in the other. Of course she approaches us right now, wearing a bikini under a tiny sheer cover-up, looking like she just walked off the set of a Sports Illustrated photo shoot. Meanwhile, my hair is twisted up in a haystack on my head, I have zero makeup on, and am sex-sweaty, wearing running shorts and a t-shirt featuring smiling ketchup and mustard bottles dancing together. "Hey, guys!" Her voice is so high-pitched it's like having someone blow a whistle next to my head. I study Ethan from across the table, eternally curious how that relationship worked once upon a time. Ethan with his deep, warm honey voice, Sophie with her cartoon mouse voice, Ethan with his watchful gaze, Sophie with her eyes that bounce all over a room, searching for the next interesting thing. He's also so much bigger than she is. For a second, I imagine him carrying her around the Twin Cities in a baby Bjorn and have to swallow back a giant cackle. We let out a flaccid, "Hey!" in unison. "Catching a late lunch?" she asks. "Yeah," he says, and then puts on a plastic expression of marital happiness. If I recognize how forced it is, Sophie, his live-in girlfriend of nearly 2 years, has got to see through it too. "Spent the day in bed," I add, too loudly. Ethan looks at me like I am eternally hopeless. He exhales through his nose in a long, patient stream. For once, I'm not even lying, and I still sound like a maniac. "That was our day yesterday."
Sophie's eyes slide to Billy. Fun, right? This entire thing is so weird. Who talks to each other like this? Billy nods, but isn't looking at us. Who can blame him? He doesn't want to hang out with us any more than we want them here. But his reaction is clearly not enough for her because a cloudy frown sweeps across her face. She glances at Ethan, hungrily, and then away again, like the loneliest woman on the planet. I wonder how he'd feel if he looked up and noticed it, the flat-out yearning in her expression, the "did I make a mistake" expression. But he's back to obliviously poking at his noodles. So, she says, staring directly at Ethan. It looks like she's sending him messages with the power of her mind. They are not penetrating. Finally, he glances up with a forced blank expression. Maybe we can get drinks later. Talk? She's clearly asking him, singular, not us, plural. And I assume Billy is also not included in the invitation. I want to ask her, now you want to talk? You didn't when he was yours. But I refrain. An awkward weight descends, and I look up at Billy to see whether he feels it too, but he's pulled his phone out of his pocket and is scrolling through Instagram. I'm not. Ethan looks over at me, brows drawn. I mean, maybe. I give him an "are you fucking serious" face, but he misses it. Text me? She asks softly. He lets out a garbled sound of agreement, and I want to snap a picture of her expression and his to show him later and make him explain what the hell is happening. Does Sophie regret breaking up with Ethan? Or is it only bothering her because he's married and not pining over her anymore? This dynamic is fascinating and just so weird. There's no other way to explain it. I let myself imagine this bubbly person in front of me leaving a note that says simply, "I don't think we should get married. Sorry." And in fact, I can totally see it. She's candy sweet at the surface and probably terrible at communicating negative emotions. Meanwhile, I'm like a Sour Patch Kid on the surface, but will happily detail all the ways I think the world is going to hell. After lingering for a few more stilted beats, Sophie tugs at Billy's arm, and they make their way toward the exit. Ethan lets out a long breath aimed at his plate. Seriously, why do they insist on socializing with us? I ask. He takes his grumpy feelings out on a piece of chicken, harshly stabbing it. No idea. I think drinks tonight would be a bad idea. He nods but doesn't say anything. I turn to watch Sophie's high and firm retreating backside, then look back to Ethan. You okay? I mean, we had sex like an hour ago. Even with his ubiquitous ex wandering around the hotel, the correct answer here is yes, right? Ethan nods and gives me what I've come to know is a fake smile. I'm fine. Good, because I was about to flip the table over the way she was staring at you with sad dog eyes. He lifts his head. She what? I don't like how immediately this perked him up. I want to be honest with him, but my words come out forced. She seemed to want to make eye contact with you. I mean, we made eye contact. She asked to meet us for drinks. Yeah, no, she wanted to meet you for drinks. Ethan very deliberately tries to look cool about this and does a very bad job at it. He's fighting a gloating smile. And I get it. Who hasn't wanted to wave their shiny new relationship in the face of the person who dumped them? Even the best among us aren't above that kind of pettiness. And yet, heat rushes to my face. I'm not just wary in this moment. I'm humiliated. A very obvious vacation screw. At the very least, dude, put away your boner for your ex for a good 6 hours after having sex with someone else. I stop myself. This is exactly what I do. I assume the worst. Needing a break, I stand and drop my napkin on the table. I'm going to head up and shower. I think I want to do some shopping around the hotel shops for souvenirs. He stands too, more out of surprise than courtesy, I think. Okay, I could... No, it's okay. I'll catch up with you later. He doesn't say anything else, And when I look back near the exit, his expression is hidden from me. He's back in his seat, staring down at his meal. Retail therapy is real and glorious. I'm able to noodle around the hotel shops and find a few thank you gifts for Amy, some souvenirs for my parents, and I even buy a t-shirt for Dane. He may be a jerk-face, but he did miss his honeymoon. Although I can lose myself in the mental blankness of perusing overpriced island tchotchkes, in the background, the low hum of irritation with Ethan remains, and is accompanied by the throbbing baseline of stress over whether we made a terrible mistake by sleeping together. It's possible we did, and if so, we've just made the remaining 5 days here exponentially more awkward than they would be if we still hated each other. This day has been emotionally draining. Waking up with the memory of a kiss, a fight with Ethan, the realization about Dane, reconciliation and sex, and then the predictable daily Sophie run-in that wedged a whole boatload of uncertainty between us. This day has lasted 4 years. My first go-to whenever I'm upset has always been my sister. I pull out my phone and focus on the swaying palm trees overhead in its reflection. I want to see if she's okay. I want to ask if Dane is around, to see what he's been doing, and with who. I really want her advice about Ethan, but know that I can't get into any of that without explaining all the details that led up to it first. I can't do that over the phone. I certainly can't do it over text with her. So, needing some anchor to home, I text Diego instead. "What's the latest in the frozen tundra?" "I had a date last night." "Ooh, was it good?" Well, he reached forward to retrieve a piece of food from my teeth without warning. "So, no then?" "I'm guessing you and Ethan haven't murdered each other yet?" "Close, but no." Now is definitely not the time to break the news that Ethan and I did the deed, and Diego is definitely not the one to tell. I'll lose all aspects of message control. "Well, I'm sure you're managing to somehow suffer through a dream vacation." "Exactly. It's amazing. Even I can't complain. How is Amy?" "Emaciated, bored, married to a bro." "And Mom/Dad?" "Rumor has it your dad brought her flowers and she pulled off every petal and used them to spell puta in the snow." "Wow. Wow." "So all is the same here." I sigh. That's exactly what I worried about. "Okay, I'll see you in a few days." "Miss you, Mommy." "Miss you too." I return to the room with my bags, expecting, maybe hoping, that Ethan is out so that I can use the calm of my post-shopping brain to figure out how I'm going to handle him. But of course he's there, showered, dressed, and sitting on the balcony with a book. He hears me come in and stands, stepping inside. "Hey." Just a glance at him and I'm remembering what happened only a few hours ago and how he looked down at me, his movements slowing just before he came, eyes heavy, mouth slack with pleasure. I drop the bags onto a chair in the living room and busy myself by digging through them to pretend to look for something. "Hey," I say, faux distracted. "Did you want to grab dinner?" he asks. My stomach rumbles, but I lie. Not super hungry." "Oh. I was just waiting to see—" He cuts the words short, rubbing his chin with mild aggravation. My response to this is completely unrelated, but it's what my brain decides to throw out into the room. "I thought you might be having drinks with Sophie." He has the nerve to look confused. No. "You could have gone to dinner without me, you know." I don't have anything to do with my hands, so I aggressively roll my plastic shopping bag closed and shove it deeper on the chair. "We don't have to eat every meal together." "What if I wanted to go with you?" he asks, studying me, clearly vexed. "Would that break your new, confusing rules?" I bark out a laugh. "Rules? What are rules? What are you talking about?" "You sleep with me and then have an emotional brain fart with me in front of your ex. I would say that's breaking a pretty big rule." He frowns immediately. "Wait, this is about Sophie?
Is this another cheese curd misreading of the situation?
No, Ethan, it isn't. I don't give a crap about Sophie. This is about me. You were more focused on her reaction to you than you were on what I was feeling in the moment. I don't often put myself in situations where I'm a rebound or a distraction, and so you can probably understand that it was awkward for me to see her too. But you had zero awareness of it. And obviously, that's to be expected if you don't have feelings for me, but I trail off lamely. Anyway, it's not about Sophie. Ethan pauses, mouth open like he wants to speak, but isn't sure what to say. Finally, he manages,
"What makes you think I don't have feelings for you?"
It's my turn to hesitate. You didn't say you did.
I didn't say I didn't either.
I am tempted to continue this ridiculousness just to be a brat, but someone has to be an adult here. Please don't pretend you don't understand why I'm pissed.
Olive, we've barely had a conversation since we had sex. What do you have to be pissed about?
You were totally freaking out at lunch.
You're freaking out now.
I realize that he's not denying anything I've said. Of course I'm going to be annoyed watching you quietly soak up Sophie's jealousy after you just had sex with me.
Quietly soak up?
He stops, shaking his head. Ethan holds up his hands in a request for a temporary ceasefire.
Can we just get dinner? I am starving and have no idea what's going on here.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, dinner is tense and silent. Ethan orders a salad. I order a salad. Clearly, we do not want to have to wait long for our food to arrive. We both avoid alcohol, too, but I could honestly use a few margaritas. Once the waitress leaves, I pull out my phone and pretend to be incredibly busy, but really I'm just playing poker. Obviously, I was right. The sex was a huge mistake, and now we have 5 days left together. Should I suck it up, pull out the credit card, and get a room for myself? It would be a huge expense, but it might allow the vacation to continue to be fun. I could do all the activities left on my bucket list, and even if it's 30% as fun as doing it with Ethan, it's still 100% more fun than I'd be having at home. But the idea that I may be done with the particular brand of Ethan hassling fun I've been enjoying so far is a bummer.
Olive.
I look up in surprise when he says it, but he doesn't immediately continue. Yeah? He opens his napkin, sets it on his lap, and leans on his forearms, meeting my eyes directly.
I'm sorry.
I can't tell if it's an apology for lunch, for the sex, or for about 100 other things he could probably stand to apologize for. About?
About lunch,
he says gently.
I should have focused only on you.
He pauses and runs a finger over a dark brow.
I wasn't at all interested in having drinks with Sophie. If I was withdrawn, it was because I was hungry and tired of running into her.
Oh. Everything in my head seems to come to a standstill, words momentarily on hiatus. That was so much easier than getting a new hotel room. Okay. He smiles.
I don't want things to be weird with us.
Frowning, I ask, wait, are you apologizing so you can have sex with me again? Ethan looks like he can't decide if he wants to laugh or throw his fork at me.
I think I'm apologizing because my emotions tell me I need to.
You have emotions besides irritation? Now he laughs.
I don't think I registered that I seemed to be quietly enjoying her jealousy. I won't lie and say that it doesn't bring me some pleasure that she's jealous, but that's independent of how I feel about you. I didn't mean to seem preoccupied with Sophie after we'd just been together.
Wow, did some woman text him that apology? That was fantastic.
She texted me earlier, and I replied,
he says, and turns his phone around so I can read it. The text says simply, "Gonna pass on drinks. Have a nice trip."
Before you got back to the room. Look at the timestamp,
he says, and points, grinning.
You can't even say that I did it because you were mad, because I had no idea you were mad. Finally, my cluelessness comes in handy.
Our waitress slides our salads down in front of us, and now that things are better between us, I regret not getting a burger. Forking a piece of lettuce, I say, "Okay, cool."
Okay, cool,
He repeats slowly.
That's it?
I look up at him. I mean it. That was an impressive apology. We can go back to being rude to each other for fun now.
What if I feel like being nice to each other for fun now?
He asks, and then flags down the waitress. I narrow my eyes at him. I'm trying to imagine nice on you.
You were pretty nice on me earlier,
he says in a quiet growl. At the side of the table, a throat clears. We both look up to see that the waitress has returned. Oh, hi. That was timely. I wave to her, and Ethan laughs.
Can we get a bottle of the Bergstrom Cumberland Pinot?
He asks her. She leaves and he shakes his head at me. You're going to loosen me up with alcohol now? I ask, grinning. That's one of my favorite wines.
I know.
He reaches across the table, taking my hand, and my insides turn warm and wavy.
And no, I'm going to loosen you up by refusing to fight with you.
You won't be able to resist. Bending, he kisses my knuckles.
Want to bet?
Chapter 13. As Ethan chatters easily throughout his meal and into dessert, I stare at him, working to not let my jaw fall open too frequently. I don't think I've seen him smile this much ever. Part of me wants to pull my phone back out and take a picture. It's the same part of me that wants to catalog every one of his features. The dramatic brows and lashes, the contrast of his bright eyes, the straight Roman line of his nose, his full, intelligent mouth. I get the sense that we're living on a cloud. No matter what I tell my head and my heart, I worry I'm in for a rough crash landing when we fly home to Minnesota in a matter of days. As much as I fight the thought, it keeps returning, uninvited. This can't last. It's too good. He drags a strawberry through a drizzle of chocolate syrup beside the cheesecake we're sharing and holds the fork aloft.
I was thinking we could do Holyoke Allah at sunrise tomorrow.
What's that? I steal the fork and eat the perfect bite he's crafted. He doesn't even scowl. He smiles, and I try to not let this throw me. Ethan Thomas is totally fine with me eating off his fork. Olive Torres from 2 weeks ago is floored.
It's the highest point on the island, he explains. According to Carly at the front desk, it's the best view around, but we have to get there pretty early.
Carly at the front desk, huh? He laughs.
I had to find someone to talk to while you were off shopping all afternoon.
Only a week ago, I would have made a cutting, sarcastic remark in response to this, but my brain is full of nothing but heart eyes and the urge to kiss him. So I reach across the table for his hand. He takes mine without any hesitation, like it is the most natural thing in the world. So I think, I say quietly, that if we're going to be up for the sunrise, we should probably get to bed soon. His lips part, eyes drop to my mouth. Ethan Thomas is quick on the uptake.
I think you're right.
Ethan's alarm goes off at 4, and we startle awake, mumble into the darkness, and roll in a naked, sheet-tangled tumble from bed and into our layers of clothing. Although we are on a tropical island, front desk Carly told Ethan the pre-dawn temperatures at the peak of the mountain are frequently below freezing. Despite our best intentions for an early bedtime, the man kept me up for several hours with his hands and mouth and a shockingly large vocabulary of dirty words. It feels like a thick sex fog hovers in my brain, even when he turns on the lights in the living room. With teeth brushed and kisses given, Ethan brews coffee and I pack a bag with water, fruit, and granola bars. Want to hear my mountain climbing story? I ask.
Is bad luck involved?
You know it.
Let's hear it.
Summer after sophomore year in college, I begin. Amy, Jules, Diego, and I took a trip to Yosemite because Jules was on a fitness kick and wanted to climb Half Dome.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I sing. It's a terrible story. So Amy and Jules were in great shape, but Diego and I were, let's say, more marathon couch potatoes than runners. Of course, the hike itself is insane, and I thought I was going to die at least 50 times, which has nothing to do with luck, just laziness. But then we start the final vertical ascent up the subdome. No one told me to watch out where I put my hands. I reached into a crevice to get a grip and grabbed a rattlesnake.
What?
Yeah, bit by a fucking rattlesnake and fell like 15 feet. Ethan gapes at me.
What did you do?
Well, Diego wasn't going to climb that last stretch, so he was there standing over me, acting like his plan was to pee on my hand. Thankfully, the ranger came over and had some anti-venin, and it was okay.
See,
Ethan says.
That's lucky.
To be bitten? To fall? He laughs incredulously.
Lucky that they had the anti-venin. You didn't die on Half Dome.
I shrug, dropping a couple of bananas in the backpack. I see what you're saying. I can feel him still watching me.
You don't really believe this, though, right?
Off my look, he adds,
that you have some sort of chronically bad luck?
Absolutely. I've already shared a couple of winners, but just to keep it recent, I lost my job the day after my roommate moved out. In June, I got some car repairs done and a ticket when a hit-and-run shoved my brand-new car into a no-parking zone. And this summer, an old woman fell asleep on my shoulder on the bus, and I only realized she was dead and not actually asleep after I'd missed my stop. His eyes go wide. I'm kidding about that last one. I don't even take the bus. Ethan bends, cupping his hands over his knees.
I don't know what I would actually do if someone died on me.
I think the odds are pretty slim. Even half asleep, I grin as I pour our coffee into 2 paper cups and slide one in front of Ethan. Straightening, he says,
I guess I'm suggesting that you give the idea of luck too much power.
You mean how positivity breeds positivity? Please don't tell me you think you're the first one to mention this to me. I realize part of it is outlook, but honestly, it's luck too.
Okay, but my lucky penny is just a coin.
It doesn't have any great power. It's not magic.
It's just something I found before a bunch of awesome things happened. So now I associate it with those awesome things.
He lifts his chin to me.
I had my penny the night we ran into Sophie. Logically, if everything was about luck, that wouldn't have happened.
Unless my bad luck countered your good luck. His arms come around my waist, and he pulls me into the heat of his chest. I'm still so unaccustomed to the ease of his affection that thrill passes in a shiver down my spine.
You're a menace,
he says into the top of my head. It's just how I'm built, I tell him. Amy and I are like photo negatives.
It's not a bad thing.
He tilts my chin, kissing me once, slowly.
We're not supposed to be carbon copies of our siblings, even when we are outwardly identical.
I think about all this as we move into the hallway. I've spent my entire life being compared to Amy. It's nice having someone like me for me. But of course, this awareness, that he likes me the way I am, trips the following one, and once we're in the elevator and headed to the lobby, the thought bursts out of me, unattended. I guess I'm a pretty firm 180 from Sophie, too. I immediately want to sift the words out of the air and shove them back into my face.
I guess, yeah,
he says. I want him to add, but not in a bad way, again, or even, I'm glad. But he just grins down at me, waiting for me to spew some more nonsense. I will not indulge him. I bite my lips closed and glare up at him. He knows exactly what he's doing. What a monster. Ethan continues to smile down at me.
Are you jealous?
Should I be? I ask, and then immediately amend. I mean, we're just having a vacation fling, aren't we? He lets surprise slowly, skeptically, take over his features.
Oh, is that all this is?
The way this lands feels like a boulder rolling down my spine. We're only a couple of days away from hate and into tenderness. It's way too soon to be talking about this in any serious way. Or is it? I mean, technically, we're in-laws now. It's not like we can leave the island and never see each other again. At some point, we're going to have to deal with what we're doing, and what the fallout will be. We step out of the elevator, pass through the lobby, and in the darkness, get into a cab. I still haven't answered him. This is one I need to sit with for a little bit, and Ethan is apparently fine with that because he doesn't prompt me again. What's amazing is that even at 4:30 in the morning, there is traffic headed up through the national park to the crater's peak. There are vans with bicycles, hiking groups, and couples like us. We're a sort of couple, planning to lay down a towel and huddle together in the morning chill. It takes an hour to get through the traffic and to the top, where we scrabble up a series of rocks to the peak. Even though the sky is still mostly dark, the view is breathtaking. There are clusters of people standing huddled together in the cold or sitting on the ground with blankets, but it's oddly quiet, like everyone is respectful enough to keep their voices down when they're about to witness a 360-degree sunrise. Ethan spreads out a couple of beach towels we borrowed from the hotel and beckons me down. He guides me to sit between his long, outstretched legs and pulls me back against his chest. I can't imagine he's very comfortable, but I am in heaven, so I give in to it and just let my guard down for a long, quiet stretch. I wish I knew what was happening, both between us and inside my heart. It feels like the organ itself has gotten bigger, like it's demanding to be seen and heard, reminding me that I am a warm-blooded female with wants and needs that go beyond the basics. Being with Ethan increasingly feels like spoiling myself with a perfect new pair of shoes or an extravagant dinner out. I just remain unconvinced that I deserve this daily, or that it can last. It's obvious to me that we've both fallen into quiet reflection about us, and I'm not at all surprised when he says,
I asked you something earlier.
I know. We're just having a vacation fling, aren't we? Oh, is that all this is? He goes quiet again. Obviously, he doesn't have to repeat what he said, but I don't feel entirely sure where my head is on this particular issue. I'm thinking.
Think out loud, he says. With me.
My heart does this tight, twisting maneuver at the way he so easily asks me for what he needs and knows I can give him. Transparency. We didn't even like each other a week ago, I remind him. His mouth comes to a gentle landing on the side of my neck.
I think we should chalk all that up to a silly misunderstanding. Would it help if I treated you to cheese curds when we got home?
Yes.
You'd promise to share them with me?
He kisses me again. Only if you ask very nicely. At this point, I can only attribute my own pre-Maui feelings about Ethan to being reactionary and defensive. When someone doesn't like us, it's natural to not like them in return, right? But the memory that Dane told him I was always angry does bring up something Ethan has been hesitant to discuss. I know I tend to be the pessimist to Amy's optimist, but I'm not angry. I'm not sharp. I am cautious and wary. The fact that Dane told Ethan that, and that Dane happened to be sleeping with other women when he said it, makes me particularly wary of Dane. I don't think we can have this conversation without also exploring the possibility that Dane wanted to keep us away from each other. I feel the way he stiffens when I say this, but he doesn't move or let me go.
Why would he do that, though?
My theory, I say. He let Amy believe he was monogamous, and you knew he wasn't. If you and I started talking, it would eventually slip out that he was seeing other people, just like it did here. Behind me, Ethan shrugs, and I know him well enough now to imagine the expression he's making. Unconvinced, but unconcerned.
It probably just felt weird to him, he says. The idea of his big brother dating his girlfriend's twin sister.
If I agreed to go out with you, I add.
Are you telling me you wouldn't have? He counters. I saw the thirst in your eyes too, Olivia.
I mean, you're not horrible to look at.
Neither are you.
These words are spoken into the sensitive skin behind my ear. The particular Olive and Ethan brand of compliment blows through me, soft and seductive. Ethan's reaction to me at the wedding gave no indication he thought anything other than that I was a short green satin troll. I'm still rewiring that aspect of things.
I always assumed my attraction was obvious, he says. I wanted to translate your frowns and find out what your problem with me was, and then bend you over the back of my couch.
All of my internal organs turned to goo at his words. I worked to remain upright, letting my head fall back into the crook of his neck.
You still haven't answered my question,
he reminds me quietly. I bite back a smile at his persistence. Is this just a fling?
Yeah,
he says.
I'm fine with a fling, I guess, but I want to know so I can figure out how to handle it once we're home.
You mean whether or not you'll tell Dane? I ask carefully.
I mean whether I'll need some time to get over you.
This corkscrews an ache through my heart. I turn my head so that I can meet his kiss as he bends to deliver it and let the feeling of relief and hunger wash over me. I try to imagine seeing Ethan at Amy and Dane's house, keeping my distance, and not wanting to touch him like this. I can't. Even in my imagination, it's impossible. I'm not entirely done with whatever this is, I admit. Even if it is a fling, it doesn't feel...
Don't say it.
Flung. I grin up at him and he groans.
That was almost as bad as your on-the-cuff line at the wedding.
I knew that would hold a special place in your memory. Ethan bares his teeth on my neck, growling. So, I guess what I'm saying is, I begin, and then take a deep breath like I'm about to jump off a cliff into a pool of dark water. If you wanted to keep seeing each other once we're home, I wouldn't be totally opposed. His mouth moves up my neck, sucking. His hand slides beneath my jacket and shirt, coming to a warm stop over my breastbone.
Yeah?
What do you think?
I think I like it.
He kisses along my jaw to my mouth.
I think this means I get to do this even after our fake honeymoon is over.
I arch into his palm, urging it over with my own hand until he's cupping my breast. But with a frustrated growl, Ethan pulls his fingers back down to my stomach.
I wish we'd had this conversation back at the room.
Me too. Because we definitely can't fool around now. The sun isn't visible yet, but it's off the horizon, lighting the sky a million shades of orange, red, purple, and blue.
Did we just decide something?
He asks. I squeeze my eyes closed, grinning. I think so.
Good, because I'm sort of crazy about you.
Holding my breath, I quietly admit, I'm crazy about you too. I know if I turned back to look at his face, he'd be smiling. I feel it in the way the band of his arms tightens around me. We watch together as the sky continues to transform every few seconds, an unreal canvas changing constantly in front of us. It makes me feel like a little girl again, and instead of imagining a castle in the sky, I'm living in it. Truly, the only thing we can see all around us is this dramatic, painted sky. The gathered audience falls into a unified silence, and my own spell is broken only when the sun is high and bright, and the mass of bodies begins to shift in preparation to leave. I don't want to leave. I want to sit right here, leaning against Ethan, for eternity.
Excuse me,
Ethan says to a woman in a passing group.
Would you mind taking a photo of me and my girlfriend?
Okay, maybe it's time to run back to the hotel room. Chapter 14. Someone explain to me the physics of my suitcase weighing approximately 50 pounds more when I leave than it did when I arrived, I say. All I've added to it are a couple of t-shirts and a few small pieces of souvenir jewelry. Ethan comes over to the side of the bed, pressing a large hand down on my bag and helping me zip it closed, with effort.
I think it's the weight of your questionable decision to buy Dane an I Got Laid in Maui t-shirt.
You don't think he'll appreciate my dark humor? I ask. I mean, my dilemma really is whether I give it to him before or after we tell him we're sleeping together. Shrugging, he pulls the suitcase off the bed and looks over at me.
He'll either laugh or give you the pouty silent treatment.
Frankly, I could deal with either of those options. I'm shoving things into my carry-on, so it takes me a few seconds to realize that Ethan hasn't immediately shot something back at me. I'm kidding, Ethan.
Are you?
I've been able to push this out of my thoughts for the majority of this trip, but reality is poking at our blissful vacation bubble much sooner than I'd like. Is Dane going to become a thing between us? Ethan sits on the edge of the mattress and pulls me between his knees.
I said it before. It's clear you don't really like him, and he's my brother.
Ethan, he's fine.
Fine. He's also your brother-in-law.
I step back, frustrated. My brother-in-law, who was essentially cheating on my sister for 2 years. Ethan closes his eyes, sighing.
There is no way.
If he was seeing Trinity with the mango butt 2 years ago, then he was definitely cheating on Amy. He takes a deep breath and releases it slowly.
You can't just go in like a bull in a china shop and throw all this at Amy as soon as we get home.
Have some faith in my ability to be subtle, I say, and when he fights a smile, I add, I did not choose that bridesmaid dress, for the record.
But you did choose the red bikini.
Are you complaining? I ask, grinning.
Not at all.
His smile fades.
Look, I know you and Amy and your entire family are close in a way that Dane and I aren't. Sure, we travel together, but we don't really talk about this kind of stuff. I don't know if it's our place to get into this. We don't even know if it's true.
But for argument's sake, how would you feel if it was, and he was lying to Amy for years? Ethan stands, and I have to tilt my head to look up at him. My first instinct is to think he's annoyed with me, but he isn't, I guess. He takes my face in his hands and bends to kiss me.
I'd be disappointed, of course. I just have a really hard time thinking he'd do that.
As usual, my fuse for the Dane conversation has reached its fiery end. Things are already bittersweet today. I don't want to leave the hotel, but I'm excited to see where things go between us back home. And bringing in the stress of Amy and Dane isn't going to make anything easier. I hook a finger under the waistband of his shorts, feeling the warm skin of his navel, tugging him even closer to me. With a smile of understanding, his mouth comes back over mine, urgent now, like we've both just become hyper-aware of the brutal end to this fairy tale. The way he's touching me with such familiarity gives me as strong a rush as the sensation of his kiss. I love how smooth and full his lips feel. I love how he spreads his hands when he's touching me, like he's trying to feel as much of my skin as he can. We're already dressed and ready to go, but I don't protest for a single second when he roughly pulls my shirt over my head and reaches back to unhook my bra. We fall back onto the mattress. He's careful to not land directly on top of me, but I've already grown semi-addicted to the sensation of his weight, to the heat and solidity and sheer size of him. The clothes we're planning to wear on the plane land in a pile beside the bed, and he comes over me, hovering on straight arms propped near my shoulders. Ethan's gaze roams across every inch of my face. "Hey, you," I say. He grins.
"Hey.
Look at this. Somehow we ended up naked again." A tanned shoulder lifts and drops.
I can see this being a regular problem.
Problem, perfection, tomato, tomato. His flash of a laughing grin fades quickly, and the way his eyes search my face looks like he's going to say something more. I wonder if he can read my thoughts, how I'm silently begging him to not bring up Dane or everything that could screw this up back home. And thankfully, he doesn't. He just carefully lowers over me, groaning quietly when my legs come up along his sides. He knows what I like already, I think, skirting my hands down his back as he starts to move. He's been paying attention this entire time, hasn't he? I wish I could go back in time and see him through these new eyes. Thrifty Jet seemed horrifyingly low budget on the way here, but on the flight home, the tight quarters are a convenient excuse to wrap my arm around Ethan's and spend several hours huffing the lingering smell of the ocean on his skin. Even he seems calmer on this flight. After being tense and monosyllabic at takeoff, once we're in the air, he wraps a big hand around my thigh and falls asleep resting his cheek against the crown of my head. If 2 weeks ago someone had shown me a photograph of us right now, I think I might have died of shock. Would I have believed the look on my face, the giddy, sex-sated grin I can't seem to wipe clean? Would I have trusted the calm, adoring way he watches me? I haven't felt like this before, this type of intense, free-falling happiness that doesn't carry with it any unease or uncertainty about me and Ethan and what we're feeling. I've never adored someone with such heated abandon, and something tells me he hasn't either. My uncertainty is all about what waits for us at home, specifically, what sort of rift any drama between Dane and Amy will cause between us all. So then I have to ask myself, is it worth saying anything to my sister? Should I let bygones be bygones? Should I take a novel approach and not leap to the worst conclusion, but have a little faith instead? I mean, maybe she knows all this already anyway, and they've worked through it. Maybe finding out that I know Dane wasn't monogamous early on would only embarrass her and make her constantly self-conscious or defensive when I'm around them both. I look up at Ethan, who's still asleep, and it hits me that just because I think I know what's going on, it doesn't mean I really do. This guy right here is the perfect example. I thought I knew exactly who he was, and I was completely wrong. Is it possible there are sides to my twin I don't know at all too? I gently shake him awake, and he inhales, stretching, before looking down at me. It's like a punch to the chest how much I like his face. "Hey," he says, voice gravelly. "What's up? You okay?" "I like your face," I tell him. "I'm glad you wanted to tell me that this very moment." "And," I say, smiling nervously, "I know we don't like this topic, but I wanted to let you know that I've decided to not say anything to Amy about Dane." Ethan's face relaxes, and he leans forward, kissing my forehead. "Okay, cool. Things are going so great for all of us right now. I mean, yes." He cuts in with a laugh. "Except for the ciguatera that caused them to miss their honeymoon." "Except for that." I wave a faux casual hand. "Anyway, things are going well, and I should just let the past be in the past." "Totally." He kisses me once and leans back, smiling with his eyes closed. "I just wanted to let you know." "I'm glad you did." "Okay, go back to sleep." "I will." The plan? Once we land, we'll grab our bags, share a cab back to Minneapolis, and each spend the night at our respective home. We've already agreed the cab will drop me off at my apartment building in Dinkytown, so he can see me get in safely, before taking him to Loring Park. I'm sure it will be weird to sleep alone, but we agreed to meet up for breakfast, at which point I am positive that I will maul him instead of doing what we'd planned to do, figure out how and when to tell Amy and Dane about us. Everything about this end of the trip stands out for how starkly different it is from the beginning. We aren't uncomfortable. We're holding hands, walking through the airport terminal, bickering lightly about which one of us is going to give in first and show up at the other's doorstep. He bends at the luggage carousel, planting a kiss on my mouth. "You could just come over now and save yourself the trip later." "Or you could." "But my bed is really great," he argues. "It's big, firm, but not hard." I immediately see where all our future problems lie. We are both stubborn homebodies. Yeah, but I want to get in my own bathtub and use every single bath product I own and have missed for these past 10 days. Ethan kisses me again and pulls back to say more, but his eyes flitter over my shoulder and his entire demeanor changes. "Holy shit." The words sound echoey from a distance, multiplied. I turn to see what he's gaping at, and my stomach absolutely plummets. Amy and Dane are standing only a few yards away, holding a welcome home from our honeymoon sign. Now I understand what I've heard. Amy and Ethan spoke the same words at the same time. There is a riot in my brain. Just my luck. I'm temporarily unable to decide what to process first. The fact that my sister is here, that she saw me kissing Ethan, that Dane saw me kissing Ethan, or the reality that, even 11 days after they were knocked down by a toxin, they both still look positively horrible. I think Amy has lost over 10 pounds, and Dane has likely lost more. The gray sheen to Amy's complexion hasn't entirely gone away, and her clothes sag on her frame. And here we are, tanned, rested, and making out in baggage claim. "What am I seeing?" Amy says, dropping her half of the sign in shock. I'm sure I'll examine my reaction later, but given that I can't tell whether she's excited or angry right now, I let go of Ethan's hand and take a step away from him. I wonder how it looks to her. I left for her honeymoon, paid almost nothing, suffered not at all, and came home kissing the man I was supposed to hate, and never once mentioned any of this to her on the phone or in texts. Nothing. We were just saying goodbye. "Were you kissing?" she asks, brown eyes saucer-wide. Ethan tosses out a confident yes, just as I state an emphatic no. He looks down at me, smirking at how easily that lie came out of me. I can tell he is more proud of my smoothness than he is annoyed by my answer. "Okay, yes," I amend. "We were kissing, but we didn't know you were going to be here. We were going to tell you guys tomorrow." "Tell us what exactly?" Amy asks. Ethan takes this one readily and slides his arm around my shoulder, pulling me close. "That we're together." For the first time, I get a good look at Dane. He's staring directly at Ethan, his eyes narrowed like he's trying to beam words into his brother's cranium. I try to tamp down my reaction, knowing it's probably just my own read on the situation, but his glare looks a lot like, "What did you tell her?" "It's cool," Ethan says calmly, and my resolution to mind my own beeswax returns, heightened by the potent mix of adrenaline in my blood. "Everything is very cool," I say too loudly, and give Dane a dramatic and probably ill-advised wink. "Super cool. I am a maniac." He bursts out laughing and finally breaks the ice, stepping forward to hug me first, and then his brother. Amy continues to stare at me in shock, and then slowly shuffles over. She feels like a skeleton in my arms. "Dude, are you two really a thing now?" Dane asks his brother. "We are," Ethan tells him. "I think I can approve it at this point," Dane says, smiling and nodding at each of us like a benevolent boss. I say, "That's good?" Amy still has not relaxed her expression one bit. "How did this even happen?" I shrug, wincing. "I hated him until I didn't?" "That's actually a very accurate synopsis." Ethan slides an arm around my shoulders again. My sister shakes her head slowly, gaping at the two of us in turn. "I don't know whether to be happy or horrified. Is this the apocalypse? Is that what's happening?" "We could totally trade twins sometime," Dane says to Ethan, and then erupts into a fratty laugh. My smile droops. "That would—" I shake my head emphatically. "No, thank you." "Oh my God, shut up, honey," Amy says, laughing and hitting his shoulder. "You are so gross." Everyone laughs except me, and I realize it too late, so my ha-ha-ha comes out like a pull-string toy. But I think that's my problem with Dane. In a nutshell, he's gross. And unfortunately, my sister loves him, I've been hooking up with his brother, and not 5 minutes ago I gave Dane the all-clear wink. I made my decision. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to put on my big girl pants and deal. Chapter 15. I wanted to stay in Maui. I wanted to stay in bed with Ethan for weeks and listen to the ocean while I fell asleep. But even so, the moment I'm back in my apartment, I want to kiss every piece of my furniture and touch every single thing I've missed for the past 10 days. My couch has never looked so inviting. My television is way better than the one we had in the suite. My bed is fluffy and clean, and I can't wait until it's dark enough to justify taking a running leap into my pillows. I am a homebody, through and through, and there's nothing like being home. This feeling lasts about 30 minutes, because after I've unpacked, I check my fridge and realize there's nothing in there. So if I want to eat, I have to either order crappy delivery food or put my pants back on and leave the house. I sprawl in the middle of the living room on my fluffy faux fur rug and groan at the ceiling. If I'd gone to Ethan's, I could have made him go get me food. The doorbell rings. I ignore it because my family would just waltz right in like they own the place, and 9 times out of 10, it's my upstairs neighbor Jack, a 50-something guy who pays way too close attention to my comings and goings. But then it rings again, which a few seconds later is followed by a knock. Jack never rings twice, and he never knocks. Standing, I peek through the peephole and see a chiseled jaw, a long, muscular neck. I've missed that neck. Ethan. My heart reacts before my brain does, leaping happily into my throat, and so when I pull the door open with a grin, it takes a beat to remember that I'm not wearing pants. Ethan smiles at me, and then his eyes drop to my lower half, and he makes the same seductive expression I know I'm directing at the bag of food he's carrying. "You missed me," I say, taking the Chinese takeout from his hand. "You're pantsless." I smirk at him over my shoulder. "You should probably get used to it. I mostly behaved myself at the hotel, but 99% of the time I'm home, I'm in my underwear." He raises a brow and tilts his head toward the hallway I'm sure he's guessed leads to my bedroom. I get it. In a movie, we would be crashing against the wall, passionately pinballing our way down the hall toward the bed because we missed each other so much after an hour apart. But in truth, that airport run-in was stressful as hell. I am starving, and this takeout smells amazing. Garlic chicken first, sex second. I get all fluttery inside, and I am not normally a swooner, when he smiles at the way I'm diving into the food he brought. He kisses my forehead and then turns, easily finding my silverware drawer and grabbing us both some chopsticks. We stand in the kitchen, eating chicken out of the containers. Something inside me uncoils because I was happy to be home, but now I'm giddy. I feel more myself with him than without, and that happened so fast it's dizzying. "My fridge was empty," he tells me. "Figured yours was too, and it was only a matter of time before you came to my door because you were so lonely." I shove a mouthful of noodles in my mouth and speak around them. "Yeah, that sounds like me. So needy," he agrees, laughing. I watch him tuck into the Mongolian beef and give myself a few quiet seconds to stare at the face I've missed for the past hour. "I like that you just showed up," I tell him. "Good." He chews and swallows. "I was pretty sure you would, but there was a 20% chance you'd be like, 'Get the hell out of my apartment. I need to do a fancy bath tonight.'" Oh, I definitely want a fancy bath. "But after the food and sex." I nod. "Right. I'll snoop around your apartment while you're doing that. I'm not a bath guy." This makes me laugh. "Do you think this feels so easy because we hated each other first?" I ask. He shrugs, digging into the container for a giant piece of beef. "We're a week in," I say, "and I'm pantsless and eating greasy food in front of you." "I mean, I saw you in that bridesmaid dress. Everything else is an improvement." "I take it back," I tell him. "I still hate you." Ethan comes over, bends, and kisses my nose. "Sure." The mood shifts. So many times I've gone from uneasy to angry with him, but now it's from happy to heated. He slides the food onto the counter behind me, cupping my face. When he's only an inch away, I whisper, "I just realized you and I shared a container of food, and it didn't gross you out." He kisses me and then rolls his eyes, moving his mouth to my cheek, my jaw, my neck. "I told you, I don't mind sharing. It's kiss, about, kiss, buffets.
And I was right.
Well, I'm forever grateful that you're such a weirdo. Ethan nods, kissing my jaw.
That was the best honeymoon I've ever been on.
I pull his mouth back to mine and then hop up on him, relieved that he anticipates he'll need to catch me, and lift my chin toward the bedroom. That way. Once Ethan and I discover that we live only 2 miles apart, you'd think we'd find a way to alternate between apartments at night. You'd be wrong. Clearly, I am terrible at compromise, because from Wednesday night when we return home to Monday morning when I begin my new job, Ethan spends every night at my place. He doesn't leave things here, except a toothbrush, but he does learn that I have to hit my alarm 4 times before getting out of bed to go to the gym, that I don't use my favorite spoon for anything as menial as stirring coffee, that my family can and will show up at the most inopportune moment, and that I require him to turn on the television or play some music every time I use the restroom. Because I am a lady, obviously. But with this familiarity comes the awareness of how fast everything is moving. By the time we're closing in on 2 weeks together, which in the grand scheme of life is nothing, it feels to me like Ethan has been my boyfriend since the moment I met him at the state fair years ago. Things are easy and fun and effortless. This isn't how new relationships are supposed to be. They are supposed to be stressful and exhausting and uncertain. The morning before I go to work at Hamilton Biosciences for the first time is not the time to be having an existential crisis about moving too fast with my new boyfriend, but my brain didn't get the memo. In a new suit, cute but comfortable heels, and with my hair blow-dried to a silky sheet down my back, I look over at Ethan at my small dining room table. You haven't said anything about how I look this morning.
I said it with my eyes when you stepped out of the bedroom. You just weren't looking. You look beautiful and professional and intelligent.
Pausing to swallow, he adds,
but I also like the island scrappy version of you.
I scrape some butter across my toast, then set the knife down with a clatter. Do you think we're moving too fast? Ethan sips his coffee, blue eyes now focused on the scrolling news on his phone. He's not even fazed by this question.
Probably.
Does that worry you?
No.
Not even a little? He looks back up at me.
Do you want me to stay at my place tonight?
God, no, I say, in a complete knee-jerk response. He smiles, smug, and looks back down. But maybe, I say. Should you?
I don't think there are rules to this.
I gulp my scalding coffee and then roar in pain. Ow! I stare at him, placid as ever, back to being nose-deep in the Washington Post mobile app. Why are you not freaking out a little?
Because I'm not starting a new job today and looking for reasons to explain my stress about it.
He puts his phone down and folds his arms on the table.
You're going to be great, you know.
I grunt, unconvinced. Ethan is more intuitive than I ever give him credit for.
Maybe we should get together with Amy and Dane for drinks later, he suggests. You know, to process your first day, to make sure everyone is okay with this current situation. I feel like I've been hogging you.
Stop that.
Stop what?
Being so emotionally balanced. He pauses and a slow grin takes over his face.
Okay.
I grab my coat and purse and make for the door, fighting a grin because I know he's laughing at me behind my back, and I'm totally okay with it. I am reminded how small Hamilton Biosciences actually is when I step into the lobby, where a woman named Pam has been working the desk for 33 years. Casey, the HR representative I interviewed with a couple of months ago, greets me and beckons me to follow. If we turned left, we'd end up in the office suite of the legal team of 3. But we'd take a right down the hall that leads us to the mirror image suite that houses the HR department of 2. Research is just across the courtyard, Casey says, but all of the medical affairs folks, if you remember, are upstairs in this building. That's right. I adopt her upbeat tone, following her into her office. We'll just have a few forms to get you rolling, and then you can head upstairs to meet with the rest of your team. My heart takes off at a gallop as the reality of this sets in. I've been in a blissed-out la-la land for the past couple of weeks, but real life is back, front and center. For now, I'll only have one direct report working under me, but from what Casey and Mr. Hamilton told me when I was here last, there should be lots of opportunities for growth. You'll have some manager training, Casey is saying, rounding her desk, which I believe is this Thursday. Gives you a little time to get in, get settled. Great. I smooth my hands down my skirt and try to swallow down my nerves while she opens up some files on her computer, while she bends and retrieves a folder from a cabinet near her knee, while she opens it and pulls out some forms. I see my name at the top of all of them. Anxiety slowly gives way to thrill. I have a job that is solid and secure and, let's be honest, will probably be boring sometimes, but will pay the bills. It's what I went to school for. It's perfect. Elation fills my chest, making me feel buoyant. Casey organizes a stack of paperwork for me, and I begin signing. It's the usual. I won't sell company secrets, won't commit various forms of harassment, won't use alcohol or drugs on the premises, won't lie, cheat, or steal. I'm deep into the stack when Mr. Hamilton himself peeks his head into her office.
I see our Olive is back on the continent.
Hey, Mr. Hamilton. He winks and asks,
How's Ethan doing?
I glance quickly to Casey and back. He's great.
Olive just got married, he says. We ran into each other on her honeymoon in Maui.
Casey gasps. Oh my God! I thought you were with a sick relative. I am so glad I misunderstood. My stomach seems to melt away. I had completely forgotten about telling Casey this stupid lie in the airport. She doesn't seem to notice anything off and barrels on. We should have a party.
Oh no, I say. Please don't. Insert awkward laugh. We are all partied out.
But for sure he should join the spouses club, she says, already nodding vigorously at Mr. Hamilton. I know Mrs. Hamilton founded the club, but my God, Casey, take it down a notch or two. Mr. Hamilton winks at me.
I know Molly put on the hard sell, but it is a fun group.
This is going too far already. I'm so bad at lying that I've forgotten lies I've already told. Ethan and I aren't going to be able to keep this up for very long at such a close-knit company. I have a sinking feeling inside, but feel a tiny twinge of relief knowing that I'm going to put this lie to rest at last. I'm sure the Spouses Club is amazing. I pause, and I know I could leave it at that. But I've just signed all these forms and really want to make a fresh start here. Ethan and I aren't actually married. It's sort of a funny story, Mr. Hamilton, and I hope it's okay if I come by later and tell you about it. I'd wanted to keep it simple, but I can tell I should have built up my version a little bit. This just sounds bad. He processes this for a beat before glancing at Casey, then back to me and saying quietly,
Well, regardless, welcome to Hamilton,
before ducking out. I want to drop my head to the desk and then bang it a few dozen times. I want to let out a long string of curse words. I want to get up and follow him down the hall. Surely he'll understand the situation once I lay it out for him. I look back at Casey, who is regarding me with a mixture of sympathy and confusion. I think she's starting to realize that she didn't really misunderstand what I'd said about a sick relative. She's realizing I lied about that, too. Not exactly the best way to start day one at a new job. 2 hours later, after I sign all the forms, after I meet the group that will be my medical affairs team, and genuinely liking all of them, Mr. Hamilton's assistant, Joyce, calls me down to his office.
Just a welcome, I assume,
my new manager Tom says cheerfully, but I think I know better. Mr. Hamilton lets out a low "come on in" after I knock, and his expectant smile flattens marginally when he sees me.
Olive.
Hi, I say, and my voice shakes. He doesn't say anything right away, confirming my assumption that this meeting is a chance for me to explain myself. Look, Mr. Hamilton, I don't dare call him Charlie here. About Maui. Put on your big girl pants and own it, Olive. Mr. Hamilton puts his pen down, takes off his glasses, and leans back in his chair. Right now, he looks so different from the man I sat across from at dinner, who howled with laughter every time Ethan teased me. I'm sure he's thinking about that meal too, and how much Molly loved Ethan, how she invited him into her spouses group, how they were so genuinely happy for us, while we sat there and lied to their faces. I gesture to the chair, silently asking if I may sit, and he waves me forward, sliding the arm of his glasses between his teeth. My twin sister, Amy, was married 2 weeks ago, I tell him. She married Ethan's brother, Dane. They hosted a seafood buffet, and the entire wedding party, except for me and Ethan, fell ill with food poisoning. Ciguatera toxin, I add, because he's a scientist and maybe he knows these things. He seems to, because his bushy eyebrows lift, and he lets out a quiet, ah. My sister Amy, she wins everything. Raffles, sweepstakes, I say, smiling wryly. Even coloring contests. At this, Mr. Hamilton's mustache twitches under a grin. She won the honeymoon, too, but the rules were really strict. It was non-transferable, non-refundable. The dates were set hard and fast. I see. So, Ethan and I went in their place. I give him a wobbly smile. Before that trip, we hated each other. Or I hated him because I thought he hated me. I wave this off. Anyway, I am terrible at lying and really hate doing it. I kept almost explaining it to everyone I saw, and when the massage therapist called me Mrs. Thomas, and you asked if I'd gotten married, I panicked because I didn't want to admit that I wasn't Amy. I fidget with a magnetic paperclip holder on his desk, unable to look at him. But I didn't want to lie to you either. So, either I lie and tell you I'm committing fraud to steal a vacation, or I lie and tell you I'm married. Pretending to be your sister to get a vacation doesn't sound like such a horrible lie, Olive. In hindsight, and I mean immediate hindsight, I knew that too. I don't think the massage therapist would have reported me or anything, but I really didn't want to be sent home. I panicked. I finally look up at him, feeling the apology all the way to my breastbone. I'm really sorry for lying to you. I admire you immensely, admire the foundation of this company, and have been feeling sick over it for the past couple weeks. Pausing, I say, for what it's worth, and at the risk of being unprofessional, I think that dinner with you was the reason I fell for Ethan on that trip. Mr. Hamilton sits forward to rest his elbows on his desk. Well, I guess I'm reassured that it made you uncomfortable to lie, he says, and I appreciate your bravery in telling me. Of course. He nods and smiles, and I exhale for the first time all day, it seems. This has been weighing on me, making my stomach feel wavy for hours. The truth is, he says, and slides his glasses back on, looking at me over the rims, we enjoyed that dinner. Molly really loved your company, adored Ethan. I smile. We had a great, but you sat across the table for an entire meal and lied to me. Dread turns the surface of my skin cold. I know, I don't think you're a bad person, Olive. And honestly, under any other circumstance, I think I'd really like you. He inhales slowly, shaking his head. But this is a weird situation for me. To think we were together for hours, and you were fooling us. That's weird. And I have no idea what to say. My stomach feels like a concrete block now, sinking inside me. He slides a folder closer to him and opens it. My HR folder. You signed a morality clause in the employment contract, he says, looking down at the papers before turning his face back up to me.
And I'm truly sorry, Olive, but given the oddness of this situation and my overall discomfort with dishonesty, I'm going to have to let you go. I drop my head onto the bar table and groan. Is this really happening? Ethan rubs my back and wisely stays quiet. There is literally nothing that can turn this day around, not even the best cocktails in the Twin Cities or the best pep talk from a new boyfriend. I should go home, I say. With my luck, the bar will catch fire and fall into a black hole. Stop. He pushes the basket of peanuts and my martini closer and smiles. Stay. It'll make you feel better to see Amy. He's right. After I left Hamilton with my tail between my legs, half of me wanted to go home and burrow in my bed for a week, and half of me wanted to pull Ethan on one side and Amy on the other and have them hold me up for the rest of the night. And now that I'm here, I actually need to see my sister's indignant rage over my getting fired on my first day. Even if it isn't entirely fair, and a large part of me doesn't blame Mr. Hamilton at all. But it will make me feel 1,000,000 times better. Straightening beside me, Ethan looks toward the door and I follow his attention. Dane has just arrived, but there's no Amy with him, which is weird since they usually commute together. "What's up, party people?" he booms across the room. A few heads turn, which is just how Dane likes it. I push down the snarky voice in my head. Ethan stands to greet him with a bro hug, and I give Dane a limp wave. He flops down onto a bar stool, shouts for an IPA, and then turns to us, grinning. "Man, you guys are so tan. I'm trying not to hate you." Ethan looks down at his arms like they're new. Yeah, I guess. "Well, if it makes you feel any better," I say, and then affect a stuffy British accent, "I've been sacked." I'm trying and failing to bring some levity to my mood, but Dane misinterprets my meaning and goes in for an immediate high five. "Yeah, you have," Dane shouts, hand outstretched. I don't want to leave the poor man hanging, so I tap a finger to the middle of his palm and shake my head. "Like fired," I clarify, and Ethan follows it up with a quiet, "Not sexy." Dane's mouth pinches into a weird little butthole, and he lets out a sympathetic, "Oh, that sucks." He's not even doing anything douchey right now, but I swear his perfectly manicured beard and his fake glasses that he doesn't even need and his trendy pink dress shirt just make me want to toss my martini in his face. But that reaction is just so Olive, isn't it? I'm back in town for only a few days, and I'm already in a mood? Lord. "I'm so grumpy," I say out loud, and Dane laughs like, "I know, right?" But Ethan leans in. "To be fair, you did just lose your job," he says quietly, and I smile grimly at him. "Of course you're grumpy." Dane stares at us. "It's gonna be hard to get used to seeing you guys together." "I bet," I say with semi-intentional meaning, and meet his eyes. "I'm sure you had a lot to talk about on the island." He winks at me, and then adds breezily, "Having hated each other's guts beforehand." I wonder if Ethan is having the same thought I am, that this is a super weird thing to say, but exactly the thing that someone who is afraid of being busted would say. "We did," Ethan says, "but it's all good." "You didn't have to tell Ethan that I'm angry all the time," I say, unable to help myself. Dane waves this off. With you, it's a safe bet. You hate everyone." This tilts inside me, ringing untrue. For the life of me, I can't think of a single person I hate right now, except maybe myself, for lying to Mr. Hamilton and ending up in this place, where I'm not sure I'll be able to pay my rent in a month. Again. Ethan puts his hand over mine, a silent, "Let it go." And truly, with Dane right now, or ever, arguing hardly seems worth it. "Where's Amy?" I ask, and Dane shrugs, peeking back over his shoulder at the door. She's 15 minutes late, and it's disorienting. My sister is the prompt one. Dane is the late one, and he's already flagging down the bartender for a second beer. So, was this the job offer you got in the airport? Dane asks once she's gone.
I nod.
Was it like your dream job?
No, I say, but I knew I'd be good at it. I lift the toothpick and swirl the olive in my martini glass. The best part? I was fired because I saw my new boss in Maui, and we lied to him about being married. A laugh bursts out of Dane's mouth before he can contain it. He seems to realize I'm being sincere.
Wait, seriously?
Yes, and the wife, Molly, really loved Ethan and invited him to the spouses club and all of that stuff. I think Mr. Hamilton felt uncomfortable trusting me, knowing that I'd completely lied my face off for an entire meal with him, and I can't say I blame him. Dane looks like he has more laughs in him, but is wisely keeping them contained.
Why didn't you just tell him you were taking your sister's vacation?
That, Dane, is the question of the hour. He lets out a long, low whistle. We can talk about anything else, by the way, I say. Please. Dane deftly changes the topic to himself, his workday, how much better he's feeling, how he's gone down a pant size. He has some pretty entertaining stories about explosive diarrhea in public restrooms, but for the most part it just feels like the Dane show. The moment Dane pauses to toss a few peanuts in his mouth, Ethan excuses himself to use the men's room, and Dane waves to the bartender for a third beer. Once she leaves again, he turns back to me.
It's wild how much you and Amy look alike, he says.
Identical, they say. I pick up a straw wrapper and roll it into a tight spiral, feeling oddly uncomfortable sitting here with just Dane. What's odd is how I used to see the family resemblance in Ethan and Dane, but in this moment, they look nothing alike at all. Is it because I know Ethan intimately now, or is it because he is a good human and his brother seems rotten from the inside? It's especially uncomfortable because he's still looking at me. Even though I'm not meeting his eyes, I can feel his focus on the side of my face.
I bet Ethan told you all kinds of stories.
And oh, my mind is immediately buzzing. Is he talking about what I think he's talking about? About himself? I deflect.
About all of us, the whole fam.
Dane and Ethan's parents are two of the most milquetoast people I've ever met in my life. The epitome of Minnesota nice, but also exceedingly dull. So I think both Dane and I know that Ethan wouldn't share many adventures about the whole fam. Is it my eternal skeptical filter here that's making me think he's talking about the brother trips being Dane's ideas and, of course, all of his pre-engagement girlfriends? I look at him over the lip of my martini glass. I am so conflicted. I told Ethan, and myself, that I would let this one go. That Amy is a smart woman and knows what she's getting into. That I am always the buzzkill pessimist. Dane gets one last freebie, and that's it. We all have stories, Dane, I tell him evenly. You and Ethan have yours. Amy and I have ours. We all have them. He pops a couple of peanuts into his mouth and grins at me as he chews, mouth open, like he's just outsmarted me. As irritating as he's being, I can tell he's genuinely relieved. If it were anyone else smiling at me like this, I'd feel honored to be so clearly welcomed into the inner circle with just a shift in an expression. But with Dane, it makes me feel slimy, like I'm not supporting my sister by supporting her husband, like I'm betraying her.
So you like my big brother, huh?
He asks. The husky quiet of his voice makes me uneasy. He's all right, I guess, I joke.
He's pretty great,
he says, and then adds,
even if he isn't me.
I mean, I say, forcing a dorky grin. Who is? Am I right? Dane thanks the bartender when she delivers the fresh beer and then takes a foamy sip, still studying me.
You ever want to mix it up, you let me know.
My eyes fly to his face, and I feel the way the blood leaves my complexion in a whoosh. There is no way I'm misinterpreting his meaning.
I'm sorry, what?
Just a night of fun. he says breezily, like he hasn't just offered to cheat on his wife with her twin sister. I tap my chin with a finger, feeling my neck heat, my face flush. It's a struggle to keep my voice even. You know, I think I'll take an emphatic pass on sleeping with my brother-in-law. He shrugs like it makes no difference to him, and silently confirming that his vague words meant exactly what I thought they meant, but then his eyes are caught on something over my shoulder. I assume Ethan is walking back because Dane smiles, tilting his chin.
Yeah,
He says as Ethan approaches.
I guess he's all right.
I gape at how casually he returns to our earlier conversation.
Were you two talking about me?
Ethan asks, lowering onto the stool beside me and pressing his smile to my cheek.
We were,
Dane says. I look at him. There's not even a warning in his expression, not even any fear that I'll say something to Ethan about what just happened. By telling him that we all have stories, by implying that I'm not going to press into his past, have I indicated that I'm okay being eternally complicit somehow? Dane peeks down at his phone when it vibrates on the bar top next to him.
Oh, Amy is running about an hour late.
I stand, abruptly, robotically. You know, that's okay. I'm not the best company tonight. Rain check, guys? Dane nods easily, but Ethan looks concerned, reaching out with a hand to stop me.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah. I run a shaking hand through my hair, looking past him. I feel jittery and gross and somehow like I've done something unfaithful to Ethan and my sister. I need to get away from Dane and get some air. I think I just want to go home and wallow for a bit. You know me. He nods like he does know and releases me with a sympathetic smile. But I suddenly feel like I don't know anything. I am thunderstruck. That's not entirely true. I know some things. For example, I know I lost my job today, and I know that my sister's husband cheated on her before and is apparently happy to cheat on her again, with her twin. I need to get some clarity and figure out how the hell I'm going to tell Amy about all of this. Chapter 16. I'm halfway to my car when I hear Ethan's voice calling out across the parking lot. Turning, I watch as he carefully makes his way through the slush and the ice and comes to a stop in front of me. He didn't bother to put on his coat before following me outside and shivers against the cold.
Are you sure you're okay?
I'm not great, honestly, but I'll be fine, I think.
Do you want me to come back to your place with you?
No. I wince, hoping he knows this came out more abruptly than I intended. Attempting to tamp down my anger, I take a deep breath and give him a very wobbly smile. This isn't his fault. I need to talk to Amy. I need to think and make some sense of how Dane had the balls to say something like that to me with his brother just feet away. I need to figure out what the hell I'm going to do for a job, immediately. I scrape the toe of my boot against a patch of ice. I think I just need to go home and freak out a little on my own. Ethan tilts his head, gaze roaming my face deliberately.
Okay, but if you need me to come over, just text.
I will. I pull my lips between my teeth, resisting the urge to tell him to come with me and be my sounding board. But I know that won't work. I'll be terrible company tonight, but it's still going to be weird sleeping alone in my own bed. You've ruined me. I can tell he likes this. He takes a step forward and bends to kiss me, deepening it gently, a tiny, sweet taste. When he pulls back, he runs a finger across my forehead. He's so sweet. It started snowing again, and the flakes flutter down to land on his shoulders, the back of his hand, the tips of his lashes.
You left really suddenly,
he says, and I'm not surprised that he can't let it go. I'm acting like a maniac.
What happened when I was in the bathroom?
I take a deep breath and slowly blow it out. Dane said something kind of shitty. Ethan leans the tiniest bit away from me. It's such a subtle gesture, I wonder if he even notices that he did it.
What did he say?
Why don't we talk about this later?
I ask. It's freezing. You can't just say something like that and then call a rain check. He reaches for my hand, but doesn't squeeze it in his. What happened? I tuck my chin into my coat, wishing I could disappear into it entirely, like a portable blanket fort. He hit on me. A blast of wind whips across the front of the building, ruffling the front of Ethan's hair. He's looking at me so intently he doesn't even wince at the cold. What do you mean? Like... He frowns. Like, touched you? No. I shake my head. He suggested Amy and I trade brothers for a little fun. I have the urge to laugh, because saying it out loud makes it sound completely ridiculous. Who the hell does that? Who hits on his brother's girlfriend, who is also his wife's sister? When Ethan doesn't say anything, I repeat it more slowly. He wanted me to let him know if we ever wanted to mix it up, Ethan. A beat of silence. 2. And then Ethan's expression turns quizzical. Mix it up doesn't necessarily mean, like, trade partners. Stay calm, Olive. I give him a meaningful stare and count to 10 in my head. Yeah, it does. His expression straightens again, and a hint of protectiveness creeps into his voice. Okay. Granted, his sense of humor isn't always appropriate, but Dane wouldn't. I realize this is shocking on a number of levels, but I do know what someone hitting on me looks like. He steps away, clearly frustrated. With me? I know Dane is immature sometimes, and sort of self-centered, but he wouldn't do that. Just like he wouldn't lie to Amy for God knows how long while he banged whoever he wanted? Even in the dim light, I can see Ethan's face has turned a deep red. I thought we agreed that we don't know the situation there. It's possible Amy already knows. Well, have you asked him? Why would I? He says, hands waving in front of him, like what I'm suggesting isn't just unnecessary, it's preposterous. Olive, we agreed to let that go. That was before he propositioned me while you were in the bathroom. I stare at him, willing him to have some kind of reaction to this, but he's just closed up on me, his face unreadable. Have you considered that you've put him on some kind of pedestal? Though for the life of me, I can't understand why, and are incapable of seeing he's a total sleaze? Ethan flinches, and now I feel bad. Dane is his brother. My instinct is to apologize, but the words are stuck in my throat, blocked by the enormous relief of finally saying what I think. Have you considered you're seeing what you want to see? I straighten. What is that supposed to mean? That I want Dane to hit on me? He's shaking, and I'm not sure if it's from cold or anger. It means that maybe you're pissed off about losing your job, and you're in the habit of being bitter about everything Amy has that you don't, and you're not objective about any of this. This feels like a physical punch to my stomach, and I take an instinctive step back. Flames on the side of my face. His shoulders fall immediately. Shit, I didn't mean... Yes, you did. I turn around and keep walking to my car. His footsteps follow across the salted asphalt. Olive, wait, come on, don't just walk away. I pull out my keys and fling open the door with so much force the hinges groan in protest. Olive, just... I slam the door and with shaking hands and numb fingers, jam my key into the ignition. His words are drowned out by the sound of the engine struggling to turn over. Finally it catches, and I shift into reverse, backing up. He walks alongside me, hand on the roof of the car as he pleads for my attention. It's so cold I can see my breath in front of my face, but I don't feel a thing. My ears are full of static. He watches me leave, and in my rearview mirror I see him grow smaller and smaller. We have never been so far from that mountaintop in Maui. The drive home is a blur. I alternate between being mad at myself for all of this,
terrified about my future income, furious at Dane, sad and disappointed over Ethan, and absolutely heartbroken for Amy. It's not enough to hope that Dane will turn over a new leaf now that he's married. He is a bad guy, and my sister has no idea. I try not to be dramatic and overthink what Ethan said. I try to give him the benefit of the doubt and imagine how I'd feel if someone accused Amy of doing this. I don't even have to think about it. I'd do anything for my sister. And that's when it hits me. I remember Dane's smiling face at the airport, and my shock today that he would hit on me with his own brother just a few feet away. Dane's confidence in both cases isn't about me or my ability to keep his secret. It was about Ethan and his inability to believe his brother would intentionally do anything bad. Ethan is his ride or die. I consider going to Amy's to wait for her, but if Amy was planning to meet us all at the restaurant, she won't be there anyway. They'd come home together later, too. I certainly don't want to be there when Dane gets back. I didn't think it was possible, but my mood plummets even more when I pull into my parking lot. Not only is my mom's car there, and parked in my covered space, but so are Diego's and my cousin Natalia's, which means Tia Maria is probably here as well. Of course. With my car parked on the other side of the complex, I trudge through the slush and up the stairs to my apartment. I can already hear Tia Maria's braying laugh. She is my mother's sister and the one closest to her in age, but the two of them could not be more different. Mom is polished and fussy. Tia Maria is casual and laughs constantly. And whereas Mom has only me and Amy, apparently having twins was plenty for her, Tia Maria has 7 kids, each neatly spaced 18 months apart. It wasn't until I was in the 5th grade that I realized not everyone has 19 first cousins. Although our nuclear family is relatively small compared to the rest of the Torres and Gonzalez crew, a stranger would never know that only 4 of us lived in our house when I was growing up, because at least 2 other people were always there. Birthdays were enormous affairs, Sunday dinners routinely had 30 people at the table, and there was never any place to sulk alone. Apparently not much has changed. "I'm pretty sure she's a lesbian," Tia Maria is saying as I close the door behind me. She looks up at the sound and points to Natalia. "Tell her, Olive." I unwind my scarf from around my neck and stomp the snow from my boots. After the slushy walk through the parking lot, my patience is already thin. "Who are we talking about?" Tia Maria is standing at the kitchen counter, chopping tomatoes. "Jimena." Jimena, the youngest daughter of Mom and Tia Maria's oldest brother, Tío Omar. "She's not a lesbian," I say. "She's dating that guy. What's his name?" I look at Natalia, who tells them. "Boston." I snap, pointing. "That's right. God, what a terrible name." "It's what you name your dog," Natalia agrees. "Not your kid." I shrug off my coat and toss it over the back of the couch. Mom immediately steps away from the dough she's rolling and crosses the room to pointedly hang it up. Stopping in front of me, she pushes my damp hair off my forehead. "You look terrible, mija." She turns my face from side to side. "Eat something." Kissing my cheek, she heads back into the kitchen. I follow, smiling gratefully when Natalia sets a cup of tea down in front of me. For as much as I complain about my family always being in my business, having them here is admittedly pretty great. But this also means I can't avoid telling Mom that I was fired. "A haircut doesn't mean someone's gay, Mom," Natalia says. Tia Maria looks up at her incredulously. "Have you seen it? It's all short on the sides and blue on top. She did it right after—" She drops her voice to a whisper. "The wedding." Both Mom and Tia Maria make the sign of the cross. "Why would you even care if she's gay?" Natalia motions to where Diego is watching TV on my couch. "Diego is gay, and you don't care about that." At the sound of his name, he turns to face us. "Diego came out of the womb gay," Tia Maria says, and then turns to him. "I swear you had copies of Vogue under your mattress, instead of dirty magazines." "Nobody gets porn from magazines anymore, Mom," Natalia says. Tia Maria ignores her. I don't care if she's gay. I just think we should all know so we can find her a nice girl.
She's not gay, Diego says.
Then why did I find a dildo in her sock drawer? Tia Maria asks the room.
Diego groans and pulls a pillow over his face. Here we go. Natalia turns to face her mother.
She's 33. What were you doing in her sock drawer?
Tia Maria shrugs as if this information is irrelevant to the story.
Organizing. It was purple and huge with a little...
She moves her finger in front of her to indicate what she means.
Wiggly thing on one side.
Natalia presses her hand to her mouth to stifle a laugh, and I take a sip of my tea. It tastes like sadness and hot water. My mom stops chopping and sets down her knife.
Why would that mean she's a lesbian?
Tia Maria blinks at her.
Because lesbians use those strap-on things.
Mom, stop, Natalia says. Lots of people have vibrators. I have a whole box full of them. She waves in my direction.
You should see Olive's collection.
Thanks, Nat. My mom picks up a glass of wine and takes a large gulp.
It seems smart to be a lesbian right now. Men are awful.
She is not wrong. I lean a casual hip against the counter. So, why are you guys cooking at my apartment? I ask. And when are you going home? Natalia turns off the stove and moves her pot to an empty burner.
Your dad needed some stuff at the house.
That's it. That's her entire answer. And in this family, it's plenty. Dad rarely goes to the house. He lives alone in a condo near Lake Harriet. But when he does visit, my mom evacuates the premises immediately. The rare times she feels spunky enough to stick around, she'll commit some pretty petty sabotage. Once she pulled out his collection of vinyl records and used them as trivets and coasters. Another time, when he stopped by before a week-long business trip, she put a whole fresh trout under one of the seats in his car, and he didn't find it until he got home. It was in August.
I wish I'd been born a lesbian, Mom says.
Then you wouldn't have me, I counter. She pats my cheek.
That's okay.
I meet Natalia's eyes over the top of my mug and fight the laugh that is bubbling up inside me. I worry that if it escapes, it could turn into hysterical cackles that would immediately transition into choking sobs.
What's with you?
Tia Maria asks, and it takes me a moment to realize she's talking to me.
She's probably tired from her new boyfriend,
Natalia sings and does a little sexy dance back over to the stove.
I'm surprised he wasn't with you. We only came in because his car wasn't out front.
God knows what we'll see. They all spin out of control about me and Ethan for a few minutes.
Finally, se te va pasó el tren. So perfect, so funny, because they hated each other.
Twins dating brothers. Is that even legal? Before I'm able to get them back into orbit, Diego walks into the kitchen and burns himself sneaking something from the frying pan. I'm not sure we're still a thing, I warn them. Maybe we are. We had a fight. I don't even know. Everyone gasps, and a small, disassociated piece of me wants to laugh. It's not like Ethan and I have been together for years. My family just gets so immediately invested. But then again, so did I. I can't think about things with us being over. It pushes a spike of pain through me. And wow, did I kill the mood. I debate for about 3 seconds whether I'm going to bother telling them that I also lost my job, but I know I am. If Dane tells Amy, and then Amy talks to one of my cousins, and Mom finds out that I got fired and didn't tell her, she will call all of her siblings, and before I know it, I will have 40 text messages from my aunts and uncles, all demanding that I call my mother immediately. Facing it now is going to be terrible, but it's still infinitely easier than the alternative. Also, I say, wincing, I lost my job. Silence swallows us all. Slowly, very slowly, Mom puts down her glass of wine, and Tia Maria picks it up.
You lost your job?
Cautious relief takes over her face when she says, You mean the Butaki job?
No, Mommy. The one I started today. Everyone gasps, and Diego comes up, wrapping his arms around me. No, he whispers. Seriously? I nod. Seriously. Tia Maria takes my hand and then glances at Mom and Natalia, eyes wide. Her expression screams, "It is taking everything in me to not call everyone in the family right now." But Mom's focus on me remains intense. It's the protective mama bear expression that tells me she's ready to battle. Who fired my daughter on her first day of work? The founder of the company, actually. And before she can unleash a tirade about the grave injustice of all this, I explain what happened. She sits down on a bar stool and shakes her head. This isn't fair. You were in an impossible situation. I shrug. I mean, it's actually totally fair. I got a free vacation. I didn't have to lie about it. It's just my luck he showed up, and I got caught. Natalia rounds the counter to hug me, and I'm swallowing every few seconds just to keep from crying, because the last thing I want is for Mom to worry about me, when, although she doesn't know it, she's going to need to save all her maternal sympathy for Amy. Call your father, Mom says. Have him give you some money. Mommy, I'm not going to ask Dad for money. But Mom is already looking at Natalia, who picks up her phone to text my father on my behalf. Let me talk to David, Tia Maria says, referring to Tio Omar and Tia Silvia's oldest son, the owner of a pair of popular restaurants in the cities. I bet he has a position for you. There are some benefits to having an enormous family. You're never on your own to solve a problem. I don't even care if David would have me washing dishes. The prospect of a job is such a huge relief, I feel like I'm melting. Thank you, Tia. Mom gives her sister a look. Olive has a PhD in biology. You want her to be a waitress? Tia Maria throws her hands up. You're going to look down your nose at a job? Where's her rent going to come from? No one in this family is too good for any job that helps us pay our bills. I step between them, kissing Tia Maria's cheek and then Mom's. I appreciate any help I can get. After Bataki, I applied for all the local jobs I'm qualified for anyway, and only Hamilton offered me a position. Right now, I'm so exhausted I'm not feeling picky. Tell David I'll call him tomorrow, okay? At this point in the day, I'm running on fumes. With at least one stress settled, the prospect of a job, my body deflates and all at once I feel like I could fall asleep standing. Although the food they're making smells amazing, I know I'll have a fridge full of it tomorrow, and I'm not at all hungry right now. I throw a mumbled good night to them, and no one argues when I shuffle down the hall to my bedroom. Flopping on my bed, I look at my phone. I have a couple of texts from Ethan I'll read tomorrow, but I open my messages with Amy. She texted me about an hour ago. Holy shit, Ollie. Dane told me about your job. I just tried to call you. I'll call you tomorrow. Okay, sweetie. Love you. Love you too. Dreading the conversation that I'm going to have with my sister tomorrow, I drop my phone onto my bedside table and pull the comforter over my head without bothering to get undressed. I close my eyes and fall into a restless sleep to the sounds of my family in the next room. Chapter 17. Because the early bird gets the worm or whatever, Amy is at my door before the sun is even fully up. She's clearly already gone to the gym, all swinging ponytail and dewy complexion. She sets a bag with a set of clean scrubs on the back of the couch, which means she's heading to the hospital from here. If the bounce in her step is anything to go by, Dane hasn't said a word about last night. In comparison, and we are nothing if not consistently on brand, I'm tired, not yet caffeinated, and I'm sure it shows. I barely slept last night, stressing over paying rent, what I need to say to Amy this morning, and what will happen with Ethan when we finally talk about all of this. I have no plans for today or tomorrow, which is a good thing, considering I need to call David and beg for a job. Once I opened Ethan's texts from last night, I saw there were only 2, and they said simply, "Call me," and "Headed to bed, but let's talk tomorrow." Part of me is glad he didn't bother trying to apologize in texts, because I'm not a huge texter. And another part is mad he didn't even try. I know I need some distance until I talk to Amy, but I've also grown so used to having near constant contact with Ethan, and I miss him. I want him to chase me a little, since I'm not the one who messed up here. Amy comes inside, embraces me tightly, and then bounds into the kitchen for a glass of water. "Are you, totally freaking out?" I'm sure she means the job situation, so when I say, yes, she really has no idea the scope of my anxiety right now. I watch her take down half the glass in a long gulp. Coming up for air, she says, "Mom says David is going to hire you at one of his restaurants? That's awesome. Oh my God, Ollie, I can come in on the slow nights, and it'll be just like when we were kids. I can help with the job search, or your resume, whatever." Shrugging, I tell her, "That'd be great. I haven't had time to call him yet, but I will." Amy gives me a look that is half amused, half bewildered, that I seem to have forgotten how our family operates. Tia Maria called Tio Omar, and Tio Omar got in touch with David, and you're all set. I laugh. Oh my God. She swallows, nodding. "Apparently he has a waitress position at Camellia for you." Huh. His nicest restaurant. I love my family. Cool. This makes Amy laugh in her disbelieving, "Oh, Olive" way. Cool? Sorry, I say. I swear, I am so emotionally wrecked, I can't even get it up to be excited right now. I promise to do better when I talk to David later. She sets her glass down. "My poor Ollie. Is your stomach feeling better?" My stomach? Dane said you weren't feeling well. Oh, I bet he did. And funny thing, as soon as she mentions Dane, my stomach does roll over. Right. Yeah, I'm okay. Amy tilts her head for me to follow her as she carries her water into the living room and sits on the couch, legs crossed in front of her. Ethan ended up leaving early, too. She must note the look of surprise on my face because she raises a brow. You didn't know? I haven't talked to him since I left. I lower myself down beside her. Like, at all? I take a breath. I wanted to talk to you first. She frowns, confused. To me? Is this about how weird he was being? No, What do you mean? He was just really quiet, and about 20 minutes after I got there, he said he was going to head out. Dane said he probably had the same bug you had. I clench my hands into fists and then imagine what it would be like to slam one of them into Dane's smug face. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about Dane. Dane? Yeah. I pause, trying to figure out where to begin. I have gone through this conversation 1,000 times, but I still don't have the right words. Do you remember when Ethan and I first met? Amy purses her lips together as she thinks back. At some picnic or something? The state fair. Pretty soon after you and Dane started dating. Apparently Ethan thought I was cute, and when he mentioned to Dane that he wanted to ask me out, Dane told him not to bother. Wait, Ethan wanted to ask you out? How did he go from that to hating your guts, all in one day? You know, I thought it was because he saw me eating cheese curds. God, saying it aloud now is mortifying. It sounds so dumb. I know Amy always understood why I thought this. We've both always struggled with our curvy genes, and objectively the world treats thin women differently. But I know now that this is my red button. I guess he was distant because he was trying not to flirt with me. Amy laughs like this is a silly joke. Dane wouldn't say that, honey. He's always hated that you two couldn't get along. He was genuinely so happy when he saw you two at the airport. Really? I ask. Or is he just saying that because it's what we all want to hear? I stand from the couch and move to sit on the coffee table in front of her. I take her hand in mine. Our hands are similar in so many ways, but Amy has a glittering diamond on her ring finger. I think, I say, still focused on our entwined fingers. This is so hard to say, even to the person I know best in the whole world. I think Dane wanted to keep me and Ethan apart because he didn't want Ethan to let it slip that Dane was seeing other women when you were first together. Amy jerks her hand away like she's been shocked. Olive, that's not funny. Why would you say that? Listen to me. I don't know the exact dates, but Ethan said something in Maui about you and Dane not being exclusive until right before the engagement. Ethan said that? Why would he? He assumed you knew. But you and Dane were exclusive the whole time, right? Of course we were. I already knew this, but I'm hit with a spike of vindication nonetheless. I know my sister. She stands and walks to the other side of the room. Amy is no longer bouncy and post-workout giddy. She's quiet, brow furrowed. My sister fidgets when she's anxious, and right now she's tugging on her ring, absently spinning it around her finger. Being a twin means oftentimes feeling responsible for the other's emotional well-being. And right now, all I want is to take it all back, pretend I'm joking and travel back to a time when I knew none of this. But I can't. I may never know what my ideal relationship looks like, but I do know that Amy deserves to be enough for someone, to be loved completely. I have to keep going. All the trips they took, Dane let you think they were Ethan's idea, that Ethan had planned them. They were Ethan's idea. Like, objectively, she says. Dane wouldn't plan that kind of thing without talking to me first. Ethan plans stuff to get over Sophie, and because he's single, or was, she lets out a weird, surprised snort. He just assumed that Dane was free for all the holidays, too. Most of these trips were before Sophie, or during. I watch her look for more reasons to explain all this away and say, Look, I understand why that's what Dane wanted you to think. I wait until she meets my eyes, hoping she sees that I'm being sincere. It looks better for him if Ethan is the one who is constantly dragging Dane around the world on these crazy adventures. But Amy, Ethan hates to fly. You should have seen him on the plane to Maui. He could barely keep it together. He gets seasick, too. And seriously, he's such a homebody, like me. I honestly can't imagine Ethan planning a surfing trip to Nicaragua now. Like, the idea makes me laugh. Dane was using Ethan as an excuse to go do stuff and to see other women. There's at least one other woman that Ethan mentioned. Where the fuck is your tinfoil hat, you psycho? Amy growls. I'm supposed to believe that my husband is manipulative? That he's been cheating on me for, 3 years? Do you really hate him that much? I don't hate him, Amy. At least, I didn't. Do you have any idea how ridiculous this all sounds? Do you have anyone's word besides Ethan's to go by? I do. Because Dane hit on me last night. At the bar. She blinks several times. I'm sorry. What? I explain what happened, about Ethan going to the bathroom, and Dane suggesting we could all swing if the mood happened to strike. I watch as my sister's face, so like my own, goes from confusion to hurt to something bordering on rage. Holy shit, Olive, she gapes at me. Why are you like this? Why are you so cynical about everything? She picks up her glass and walks to the sink. Her face is so tight and bleak she looks sick again, and my stomach lurches in guilt. Why do you always want to see the worst in people? I don't even know what to say. I am struck completely mute. In the silence, Amy turns on the water with an aggressive jerk and starts washing out her glass. Like, are you serious right now? Dane wouldn't hit on you. You don't have to like him. But you don't get to always assume his intentions are terrible, either. I follow her into the kitchen, looking on as she rinses her glass before filling it with soap and washing it all over again. Sweetie, I promise you, I don't want to think the worst of him. She slams the faucet off and whirls to face me. Did you tell any of this to Ethan? I nod slowly. Right before I left, he followed me outside. And her expression clears. Is that why you haven't talked? He wants to believe his brother is a good guy. Yeah, I know the feeling. The seconds tick by, and I don't know what more I can say to convince her. I'm sorry, Amy. I don't know what else to say to make you believe me. I never wanted what? To ruin things between Dane and me? Between you and Ethan? That lasted what? She laughs sharply. 2 whole weeks. You're always so happy to believe everything just happens to you. My life has turned out the way it has because I'm so unlucky, she says, mimicking me in a dramatically saccharine voice. Bad things happen to poor Olive, and good things happen to Amy because she's lucky, not because she's earned them. Her words carry the vague echo of Ethan's, and I'm suddenly angry. Wow. I take a step back. You think I wanted this to happen? I think it's easier for you to believe that when things don't go your way, it's not because of something you did. It's because you're a pawn in some cosmic game of chance. But newsflash, Olive, you end up unemployed and alone because of the choices you make. You've always been this way. She stares at me, clearly exasperated. Why try when the universe has already decided that you'll fail? Why put any effort into relationships when you already know you're unlucky in love and they'll end in disaster? Over and over, like a broken record, you never actually try. My face is hot, and I stand there blinking, mouth open and ready to respond, but absolutely nothing comes out. Amy and I argue sometimes. That's just what siblings do. But is this what she really thinks of me? She thinks I don't try? She thinks I'm going to end up unemployed and alone, and that view of me is only coming out now? She grabs her things and moves toward the door. I have to go to work, she says, fumbling to slip the strap over her shoulder. Some of us actually have things to do. Ouch. I step forward, reaching out to stop her. Amy, seriously, don't just leave in the middle of this. I can't be here. I have to think, and I can't do that with you around. I can't even look at you right now. She pushes past me. The door opens and then slams shut again, and for the first time since all this started, I cry. Chapter 18. The worst thing about crises is they can't be ignored. I can't just walk back to bed and crawl under the covers and sleep for the next month, because at 8 in the morning, only an hour after Amy leaves, Tia Maria texts me to let me know I have to go down to Camellia and talk to David about the waitressing job. David is 10 years older than I am, but has a boyish face and a playful smile that helps distract me from the throbbing background impulse to pull all my hair out and fall kicking and screaming to the floor. I've been in Camellia about 100 times, but seeing it from the perspective of an employee is surreal. He shows me my uniform, where the schedule is taped to the wall in the kitchen, how the flow of traffic moves through the kitchen, and where the staff meets for dinner before the restaurant opens each night. I have years of waitressing under my belt. All of us do. Many of them at one of my cousin David's restaurants, but never at a place this classy. I'll need to wear black pants and a starched white shirt with the simple white apron around my waist. I'll need to memorize the ever-changing menu. I'll also need to have a training with the sommelier and pastry chef. I admit to looking forward to these last 2 things very much. David introduces me to the rest of the waitstaff, making sure to leave out the part where I'm his baby cousin, as well as the chefs and sous chefs and the bartender, who happens to be there doing inventory. My brain is swimming with all the names and information, so I'm grateful when David turns and tells me to be here tomorrow night for the staff meeting and training, starting at 4. I'll be shadowing a waiter named Peter, and when David winks like Peter is cute, my stomach twists because I want to be with my cute man, the one who won me over with his wit and laugh and, yes, his biceps and collarbones. But I'm pissed at him, and maybe he's pissed at me, and for the life of me, I have no idea how this is going to shake down. David must see some reaction in my face because he kisses the top of my head and says, "I've got you, honey." And I nearly break down in his arms because whether it's luck or generations of effort and attention ensuring it, I have a truly amazing family. It's only noon by the time I'm back home, and it's depressing to register that I should be halfway into my second workday at Hamilton, meeting new colleagues, setting up accounts. But I admit there is a tiny glimmer in the back of my thoughts. It isn't relief, not exactly, but it's not altogether different from relief either. It's that I've accepted that it happened. I messed up. I was fired because of it, and that I'm actually okay with it. That thanks to my family, I have a job that can carry me as long as I need it to, and for the first time in my life, I can take the time to figure out what I want to do. As soon as I finished grad school, I did a short postdoc and then immediately entered the pharmaceutical industry, working as the liaison between the research scientists and medical doctors. I loved being able to translate the science to more clinical language, but I've never had a job that felt like joy either. Talking to Ethan about what he did made me feel like Dilbert in comparison. And why should I spend my entire life doing something that doesn't light me on fire like that? This fresh reminder of Ethan makes me groan, and although I know he's at work, I pull out my phone and send him a quick text. "I'll be home tonight if you want to come over." He replies within a few minutes. "I'll be there around 7. I know he isn't the most emotionally effusive guy, but the tone of his last 3 texts sends me into a weird panic spiral, like it's going to take more than a conversation to fix whatever is going on with us, even though I didn't do anything wrong. I have no idea what his perspective is on any of this. Of course, I hope that he believes me and that he apologizes for last night, but a tight lead ball in my stomach warns me that it might not go that way. Looking at my watch, I see that I have 7 hours until Ethan gets here. I clean, I grocery shop, I nap, I memorize the Camellia menu, I stress bake, and it only eats up 5 hours. Time is inching along. This day is going to last a decade. I can't call Amy and ramble about any of this, because I'm sure she's still not speaking to me. How long is she going to keep this up? Is it possible that she'll believe Dane indefinitely, and I'll have to eat my words even though, again, I haven't done anything wrong here? I put the menu down on my coffee table and sprawl on the carpet. The possibility that this rift between me and Amy could become permanent makes me lightheaded. It would probably be a good idea for me to hang out with someone for distraction, but Diego, Natalia, and Jules are all at work. Mom will only worry if she knows what's going on, and calling anyone else in my family will just result in 15 people showing up on my doorstep with sympathy dinner later, when Ethan and I are trying to hash things out. Thankfully, he doesn't make me wait. He comes over right at 7, holding takeout from Tibet Kitchen that smells so much more appealing than the pizza I'd ordered for us to share. "Hey," he says, and gives a little smile. He ducks like he's going to kiss my lips, but then makes a detour at the last second, landing on my cheek instead. My heart drops. I step back, letting him in, and it suddenly feels too warm in my apartment. Everything seems too small. I look everywhere but at his face, because I know if I look at him and get the sense that things between us really aren't okay, I'm not going to be able to keep myself together for the conversation we need to have. It's so weird. He follows me into the kitchen, we make up plates of food, and then we sit on the floor in the living room, on opposite sides of the coffee table, facing each other. The silence feels like a huge bubble around me. For the past week, Ethan has practically lived here. Now it feels like we're strangers all over again. He pokes at his rice. "You've barely looked at me since I got here. The response to this dries up in my throat. Because you kissed my cheek when you walked in. You didn't pull me against you or get lost in a long kiss with me. I feel like I barely had you, and now you're already gone. So instead of answering aloud, I look up at him for the first time and try to smile. He registers the failed effort, and it clearly makes him sad. An ache builds and expands in my throat until I'm honestly not sure I'll be able to get words around it. I hate this somber dynamic more than I hate the fact that we're fighting. This is so weird, I say. It would be so much easier to be snarky with each other. He nods, poking at his food.
I don't have the energy to be snarky.
Me either. I really just want to crawl across the floor and into his lap and have him tease me about my bra being too small, or how I couldn't stay away from him long enough to finish my dinner. But it's like Dane and his fratty face are just parked here in between us, keeping us from being normal.
I talked to Dane last night,
he says right then, adding,
late. I went over there late.
Amy didn't mention this. Did she even know that Ethan stopped by last night? And, I say quietly, I have no appetite and basically just push a piece of beef around the plate.
He was really surprised that that's how you took what he said,
Ethan says. Acid fills my stomach. What a shock. Ethan drops his fork and leans back on both hands, staring at me.
Look, what am I supposed to do? My girlfriend thinks my brother hit on her, and he says he didn't. Does it matter who is right here? You're both offended.
At this, I am incredulous. You're supposed to believe me, and it absolutely matters who's right here.
Olive, we've been together for like 2 weeks,
he says helplessly. It takes a few seconds for me to be able to unscramble the pile of words that falls into my thoughts.
I'm lying because our relationship is new?
Sighing, he reaches up, wiping one hand over his face.
Ethan,
I say quietly. I know what I heard. He propositioned me. I can't just pretend like he didn't.
I just don't think he meant what you thought he did. I think you're primed to think the worst of him.
I blink back down to my plate. It would be so easy to choose to make peace with Ethan and Amy and just say, you know what, you're probably right, and just let it be. Because after all this, of course I'm primed to think the worst of Dane, and I could easily give him a wide berth for the rest of time. But I can't do that. There are too many red flags. Why am I the only one who can see them? It's not because I'm a pessimist or look for the worst in people. I know that isn't true about me. Not anymore. I fell for Ethan on that island, after all. I'm excited about a job at Camellia so that I have time to really think about what I want my life to look like. I'm trying to fix all the parts of me that aren't working because I know I have a choice in how my life goes. That it isn't all luck. But as soon as I try to be proactive, it's like no one wants to let me. And why isn't Dane here with Ethan, trying to make things right with me? Actually, I know why. He is so sure that no one will believe me, that everyone will think, oh, Olive is just being Olive, just believing the worst about everyone. My opinions are so inconsequential because in their eyes, I'm always going to be the pessimist.
Have you talked to Amy?
He asks. I feel the way heat crawls up my neck and across my face. The fact that my twin is on Ethan and Dane's side here is truly killing me. I can't even admit it out loud, so I just nod.
You told her about him dating other people before they were exclusive,
he asks. I nod again.
And about yesterday.
Yeah.
I thought you weren't going to say anything to her,
he says, exasperated. I gape at him. And I thought Dane wouldn't hit on his wife's sister. I guess we've both disappointed you. He stares at me for a long beat.
How did Amy take it?
My silence clues him in that Amy didn't believe me either. She didn't know about the other women, Ethan. She thinks Dane has been committed since day one. Ethan looks at me pityingly, and it makes me want to scream.
So you're not going to be able to move past this?
He asks. My jaw actually drops. Which part? My sister's husband cheating on her before they were married? Your brother hitting on me? Or my boyfriend not believing me about any of it? His gaze turns back to me, and he looks apologetic but unwavering.
Again, I don't believe his intent was what you think it was. I don't think he'd hit on you.
I let him hear the shock in my voice. Then you're right, I say. I'll have a hard time moving past this. When he leans forward, I think he's going to dig into his plate, but instead he pushes to stand.
I really like you,
he says quietly. He closes his eyes and drags a hand through his hair.
I am crazy about you, actually.
My heart twists painfully. Then take a step back and look at this situation from a different angle, I plead. What do I have to gain from lying about Dane? We've had so many disagreements, and they all seem so hilariously minor in hindsight. The cheese curds, the airplane, the Hamiltons, Sophie, the Skittle dress. I get it now, that all of those were opportunities for us to have contact with each other. This is the first time we've been at a true impasse, and I know what he's going to say before he even gets the words out.
I think we should probably break up, Olive. I'm sorry.
Chapter 19. It's the quiet before the dinner rush, and I'm doing the final check of my section. Natalia is the fourth family member this week to just happen to stop by Camellia at exactly 4 o'clock. She said she wanted to say hi to David because she hasn't seen him in forever. But I know that's bullshit because Diego, who came by yesterday to hassle me using a similarly flimsy story, said both David and Natalia were at Tia Maria's less than a week ago. As much as the size and presence of my family can feel oppressive at times, it's the greatest comfort I have right now. Even if I pretend to be annoyed that they're constantly checking up on me, they all see through it. Because if it were any of them struggling, and it has been many times, I would find a reason to drop by at 4 o'clock wherever they work, too. Mama, when we're sad, we eat, Natalia says, following me with a plate of food as I adjust the placement of 2 wine glasses on a table. I know, I tell her, but I swear, I can't eat anymore. You're starting to look like a bobble-headed Selena Gomez. She pinches my waist. I don't like it. The family knows Ethan broke up with me, and that Amy and I are arguing, although there's nothing active about it. I called her a few times after our big blow-up, and 2 weeks later she has yet to return any of my calls. In the past 10 days, I've been bombarded with well-meaning texts, and my fridge is completely packed with food that Mom brings daily from Tío Omar, Jimena, Natalia, Cami, Miguel, Tío Hugo, Stephanie, Tina, almost as if they've made a Feed Olive calendar. My family feeds people. It's what they do. Apparently, my missing Sunday dinner for 2 weeks in a row, because of work, has gotten the entire family on high alert, and it's driving them all crazy not knowing what's going on. I can't blame them. If Jules or Natalia or Diego went into hiding, I'd be out of my mind worried. But it isn't my story to share. I wouldn't know how to tell them what is happening. And according to Tío Hugo, who came by yesterday to, get a business card for an insurance agent from David, Amy won't talk about it either. I saw Amy yesterday, Natalia says now, and then pauses long enough for me to stop fussing with the table settings and look up at her. How is she? I can't help the tight lean to my words. I miss my sister so much, and it's wrecking me that she isn't speaking to me. It's like missing a limb. Every day I get so close to caving, to saying, "You're probably right. Dane didn't do anything wrong." But the words just won't come out, even when I test the lie out in front of the mirror. It sticks in my throat, and I get hot and tight all over and feel like I'm going to cry. Nothing all that terrible even happened to me, other than losing my job, my sister, and my boyfriend in a 24-hour period, but I still feel a kind of burning anger toward Dane, as if he slapped me with his own hand. Natalia shrugs and picks a piece of lint off my collar. She seemed stressed. She was asking me about someone named Trinity. Trinity? I repeat, digging around in my thoughts to figure out why the name sounds familiar. Apparently, Dane had a few texts from her, and Amy saw them on his phone. I cover my mouth. Like sexy texts? I am both devastated and hopeful if this is true. I want Amy to believe me, but I'd rather be wrong about all of it than have her go through that pain. I guess she just asked if he wanted to hang out, and Dane was like, "Nah, I'm busy," but Amy was pissed that he was texting a woman at all. Oh my God, I think Trinity was the girl with the mango butt tattoo. Natalia grins. I think I read that book. This makes me laugh, and the sensation is like clearing away cobwebs from a dark corner of a room. Ethan mentioned someone named Trinity. I stop. I haven't told anyone in my family about what Ethan told me. I could try to blow Dane's entire cover story if I wanted, but what good would that do? I don't have any proof that he was seeing other women before he married Amy. I don't have any proof that he propositioned me in the bar. I just have my reputation as a pessimist, and I don't want my entire family looking at me the way Ethan did when he registered that even my twin sister thinks I'm making this all up. She what? Natalia presses when I've fallen quiet. Never mind. Okay, she says, fired up now. What is going on? You and your sister are being so weird lately, and I shake my head, feeling the tears pressing in from the back of my eyes. I can't do this before my shift. I can't not. I just need you to be there for Amy, okay? She nods without hesitation. I don't know who Trinity is, I say, and take a deep breath, but I don't trust Dane at all anymore. After midnight, I drag my bag from my locker in the back room and sling it over my shoulder. I don't even bother to look at my phone. Amy isn't texting, Ethan isn't calling, and there's nothing I can say in reply to the 40 other messages on my screen every time I look. But halfway to my car, it chimes. It's a brief flurry of bells and rotors and change falling, the sound of a jackpot, Amy's text tone. It's 10 below outside, and I'm in a black skirt and thin white button-down, but I stop where I am anyway and pull my phone from my bag. Amy has sent me a screen cap of Dane's text list, and there are the usual suspects, Amy and Ethan and some of Dane's friends, but there are also names like Cassie and Trinity and Julia. Amy's text says, "Is this what you were talking about?" I don't know how to answer. Of course, my gut tells me that those are all women Dane has slept with, but how would I know? They could be work colleagues. I bite my lip, typing with frigid fingers. I have no idea who they are. I don't have a list of names. If I did, I would have shown it to you. I wait for her to start typing again, but she doesn't, and I'm freezing, so I climb into my car and crank the heat as high as it will go. But about 3 blocks from my apartment complex, my phone chimes again, and I pull over with a sharp jerk of my steering wheel. Dane left his phone here yesterday. I spent like 2 hours trying to guess his passcode, and it's fucking 1111. I bite back a laugh and stare at the screen hungrily. She's still typing. I sent myself all the screenshots. All the messages from these women are asking the same thing, whether Dane wants to hang out. Is that code for a booty call? I blink at the screen. Is she serious? Amy, you know what I think already. Ollie, what if you were right? What if he's cheating on me? What if he's been cheating on me this whole time? A fracture forms right down the middle of my heart. Half of it belongs to my sister, for what she's about to go through. The other half will always keep beating for myself, even when no one else will. I'm sorry, Amy. I wish I knew what to say. Should I answer one of the texts? I stare at the screen for a beat. On his phone? As Dane? Yes. I mean, you could, if you don't think you'll get an honest answer from him. I wait. My heart is in my throat, clawing its way up. I'm scared. I don't want to be right about this. I know, honey. For what it's worth, I don't either. I'm going to do it tonight. I take a deep breath, close my eyes, and let it out slowly. Somehow, being believed at last doesn't feel nearly as good as I'd hoped it would. I'm here if you need me. Although I'd had 2 months of unemployment not too long ago, I spent most of that time hunting for jobs or helping Amy prepare for the wedding. So now, keeping busy during the day has become so much more important. Because if I don't, I think about Ethan or Amy. I don't hear from her the entire next day, and there's a knot in my stomach the size of Texas. I want to know how things went with Dane last night. I want to know whether she's replied to the texts or confronted him, and what happened. I feel protective and worried for her, but there's literally nothing I can do, and I can't call Ethan either, because we all know he's on the Dane train until the end of the tracks. Given that I'm off tonight, getting out of my apartment, and my head, becomes a priority. I dread going to the gym, but whenever I get in front of the punching bag, I'm amazed how much better I feel. I've started walking dogs at the local Humane Society and have a new golden retriever buddy named Skipper that I'm considering bringing home for Mom as a surprise. Whether it would be a good surprise or a bad one, I'm not sure, which is why I'm still considering it. I help a few of my neighbors shovel their walkways, go to a talk on art and medicine at the Walker Arts Center, and meet Diego for a late lunch. He hasn't heard from Amy today either. It's strange to realize that as soon as I got off the career treadmill, my life suddenly started to feel like mine again. I feel like I can look up for the first time in a decade. I can breathe. There's a reason Ethan didn't know much about my job. I never talked about it. It was what I did, not who I was. And even though many of my breaths ache, because I miss Ethan, I do. I miss him so much it hurts. Not having the weight of a corporate job on my shoulders is an unbelievable relief. I never knew I was this person. I feel more myself than I've ever been. Amy calls at 5, when I've just walked in my front door and I'm making a beeline for the lint roller. Skipper is a shedder, even in early February. I haven't heard her voice in 2 weeks, and I can hear the way my own shakes when I answer. Hello? Hey, Ollie. I leave a long, quiet pause. Hey, Amy. Her voice comes out thick and strangled. I'm really sorry. I have to swallow a few times to get past the clog of emotions in my throat. Are you okay? No, she says, and then, but yes. Do you want to come over tonight? I made lasagna. I chew my lip for a few beats. Is Dane going to be there? He'll be here later, she admits. Please, Holly, I really want you to be here tonight. There's something about the way she's said it that makes me feel like it's more than just sister reconnecting time. Okay, I'll be over in 20. I look at myself in the mirror every day, so it shouldn't be so jarring to see Amy standing on her porch waiting for me. But it is. We've never gone 2 weeks without seeing each other, even in college. I was at the U, she was at St. Thomas, and even in the busiest week, we still saw each other at dinner on Sundays. I wrap my arms around her as tight as they'll go and squeeze even tighter when I can tell she's crying. It feels like that first inhale after holding my breath as long as I can. I missed you, she says through a sob into my shoulder. I missed you more. This sucks, she says. I know. I pull back, wiping her face. How are you? She trails off, and then we sort of stand there, grinning at each other through the telepathy because the answer is obvious. My wedding was ruined by food poisoning, I missed my honeymoon, and now my husband may be cheating on me. I'm alive. Is he home? Work. She straightens, taking a deep breath and pulling herself together. He'll be home around 7. She turns and leads me inside. I love their house. It's so open and bright, and I'm grateful that Amy has such a strong decorating sense because I assume if it was left up to Dane, the decor would be a lot of Vikings purple, dartboards, and maybe some hipster leather couches and a craft cocktail cart that he'd never use. Amy moves to the kitchen, pouring us each a big glass of wine. I laugh when she hands mine to me. "Oh, so it's that kind of night." She nods, smiling even though I can tell there's nothing happy happening in her body right now. "You have no idea." I still feel like I have to tiptoe around the topic, but I can't help but ask, "Did you take his phone last night? What's the latest?" "I did." Amy takes a long drink and then looks at me over the rim of her glass. "I'll tell you all about it later." She tilts her head, indicating that I should follow her into the family room, where she's already got our plates of lasagna set up on 2 TV trays. "Well, this looks comfy," I tell her. She curtsies, flops down onto the couch, and hits play on The Big Sick. We missed it in the theater and kept meaning to watch it, so there's a sweet little ache that rises in my throat, knowing that she waited to see it with me. The lasagna is perfect, the movie is wonderful, and I almost forget that Dane lives here. But then an hour into the movie, the front door opens. Amy's entire demeanor shifts. She sits up, hands on her thighs, and takes a deep breath. "You okay?" I whisper. Am I here for moral support while she confronts her husband? I can't decide whether that will be fantastic or excruciating or both. I hear Dane drop his keys on the counter, shuffle through the mail, and then call out, "Hey, babe." "Hey, honey," she calls back, brightly, falsely, and it is so incongruous with the bleak way she looks at me. My stomach drops in a weird burst of anticipatory stress, and then Dane is there in the doorway. He sounds surprised and displeased. "Oh, hey, Olive." I don't bother turning around. "Go to hell, Dane." Amy chokes on her wine and then looks at me, eyes shining with amusement and tension. "Honey, there's lasagna in the oven if you want some." I can feel him still looking at the back of my head. I know he is, but he just stands behind me for a few more seconds before saying quietly, "Okay, I'll grab some and leave you two to it." "Thanks, hon," Amy calls out. She glances at her watch and then reaches for the remote, turning the volume down. I'm so nervous, I'm nauseated. "Amy," I say, leaning in, "what's going on?" "I texted them," she says, and my jaw drops. I'm screaming inside. I see it, too. The tightness around her eyes, the way I can tell she's holding back tears. I had to do it this way. "Do what exactly, Amy?" I ask. But before she can answer, the doorbell rings. Amy's attention shoots over my shoulder, toward the door leading to the kitchen, and we listen as Dane walks across the tile entryway to answer it. Slowly, so slowly I can see she's shaking, Amy stands. "Come on," she says quietly to me, and then she calls out to Dane with a calm clarity I can't believe. "Who's at the door?" I follow Amy out just as Dane is frantically trying to guide a woman back outside, and my blood pressure drops. Did she text the women as Dane and invite them here? Oh my God. "Who is it, honey?" Amy repeats innocently. The woman pushes past Dane. "Who's that?" "I'm his wife, Amy." Amy stretches out her hand. "Which one are you?" "Which one am I?" the woman repeats, too thunderstruck to return Amy's handshake. She glances at Dane, and her face pales too. "I'm Cassie." Dane turns, ashen, and stares at my sister. "Babe." For once, I see Amy's jaw twitch at the pet name, and I want to shoot a rocket of joy into the sky because I knew she hated it and just pretended to like it. Twin powers for the win. "Excuse me, Dane," Amy says sweetly. "I'm in the middle of introducing myself to one of your girlfriends." I can see the panic in his eyes. "Babe, this totally isn't what you think." "What do I think it is, babe?" she asks, eyes wide with faux curiosity. Another car pulls into the driveway, and a woman slowly emerges, taking in the scene in front of her. She looks like she just got off work. She's wearing nurse's scrubs and her hair is in a bun. It occurs to me that this is not how you dress for someone you're trying to impress. It's how you dress for someone you've known for a long time and are comfortable around. I can't help but glare at Dane. What a complete dirtbag. Amy looks at me over her shoulder and says to me, "That must be Trinity." Oh my God. My sister is currently blowing up Dane's game, and she doesn't even need a checklist to do it. This is nuclear-level madness. Dane pulls Amy aside, leaning down to meet her eyes. "Hey, what are you doing, hun?" "I thought I should meet them." Her chin shakes, and it's painful to watch. "I saw the messages on your phone."
"I haven't," he starts. "Yeah," Cassie says quietly. "You have. Last week." She looks at Amy, then at me. "I didn't know he was married. I swear I had no idea." She turns and makes her way back to her car, passing the other woman, who's stopped several yards away. I can tell from Trinity's expression that she's figured out what's happening here.
"You're married?"
she says flatly from a distance.
"He's married,"
Amy confirms. Trinity looks back at Dane when he sits down on the doorstep and puts his face in his hands.
"Dane,"
she says,
"this is so fucked up."
He nods. "I'm sorry." To her credit, Trinity looks directly at Amy.
"We haven't been together in a while, if that helps."
"What's a while?" Amy asks. Trinity lifts a shoulder, drops it.
5 months or so.
Amy nods, breathing deep and fast, struggling to not cry. "Amy," I say, "go inside. Lie down. I'll be in a second." She turns and quickly dodges Dane's outstretched hand as she passes. A car door slams down at the street, and my heart lurches. How many more women are going to show up tonight? But it isn't another woman. It's Ethan. He's coming from work, wearing fitted gray pants and a blue dress shirt, looking good enough to climb. I'm shell-shocked by what's happening and trying to keep my shit together so I can be strong for Amy, but I still feel like I've been turned inside out at the sight of him.
"Oh,"
Amy says from the door, loud enough for everyone to hear.
"I invited Ethan, too, Ollie. I think he owes you an apology."
And then she quietly closes the front door behind her. Trinity meets my eyes and gives me a dry smile. "Good luck with this." Looking down at Dane, she says, "I thought it was weird that you texted me to come over after disappearing months ago." She gnaws her lip, looking more disgusted than upset. "I hope she leaves you." With that, she climbs into her car and pulls out of the driveway. Ethan has stopped a few feet away to watch this interaction, his brows furrowed in recognition. He turns his attention to me. "Olive, what's going on here?" "I think you know what's going on here." Dane looks up, eyes red and swollen. Apparently, he'd been crying behind that hand. "Amy invited them here, I guess." He lifts his hands, defeated. "Holy shit, I can't believe what just happened." Ethan looks at me again and then back to his brother. "Wait, so you really were just a couple times with Cassie," Dane says. "And Trinity about 5 months ago," I add helpfully. This moment is in no way about me and Ethan, but I can't help giving him my best "I told you so" face. Dane groans. "I'm such an idiot." I can see when Ethan realizes what he's hearing. It's like an invisible fist punches him in the chest, and he takes a step back before looking up at me with the clarity he should have had 2 weeks ago. God, it should be satisfying, but it isn't. Nothing about this feels good. "Olive," he says quietly, voice thick with apology. "Don't," I say. I have a sister inside who needs me and have zero time for him or his worthless brother. Take Dane with you when you go." Turning, I walk back into the house,
and don't even look back at Ethan as I close the door behind me. Chapter 20. It's a few hours before I get and ignore a call from Ethan. I can only assume he's been busy dealing with Dane, but I am also dealing with Dane, just less directly. I am packing up all of his clothes, and I can feel the intensity of Amy's desire to get him out of the house because for maybe the first time in her life, it doesn't even occur to her to look for a coupon before she sends me off to buy a giant stack of boxes at Menard's. I didn't want to leave her alone while I ran out, so I called Mom, who brought Natalia, Jules, Diego, and Stephanie, who apparently texted Tío Omar and his daughter Tina to bring more wine. Tina and Tío Omar also brought cookies, along with a whole carload of cousins. So faster than you can say, "Good riddance, dirtbag," there are 22 of us working on packing up every personal trace of Dane Thomas and putting each box in the garage. Exhausted but accomplished, we all land on whatever empty, flat surface we can find in the living room, and it already feels like we have jobs. Mine is to cuddle Amy. Natalia's is to keep her wine glass full. Mom's is to rub her feet. Tío Omar's is to refresh the plate of cookies every now and then. Jules and Diego are handling the music. Tina is pacing the room, detailing precisely how she's going to castrate Dane. And everyone else is cooking enough food for the next month. "Are you going to divorce him?" Steph asks carefully, and everyone waits for Mom to gasp. But she doesn't. Amy nods, her face in her wine glass, and Mom pipes up, "Of course she's going to divorce him." We all stare at her, stunned, and finally she sighs in exasperation. "Ya basta! You think my daughter is dumb enough to get tangled up in the same stupid game her parents have been playing for 2 decades? Amy and I look at each other and then burst out laughing. After a heavy beat of incredulous silence, the entire room follows suit, and finally even Mom is laughing too. In my pocket, my phone rings again. I peek but don't get it hidden again fast enough because Amy catches a peek at my contact photo for Ethan on the screen before I can decline the call. Tipsy now, she leans into me. "Aw, that was a good picture. Where did you take that?" It's honestly a little painful to recall that day when Ethan and I rented the hideous lime green Mustang and drove along the Maui coastline, becoming friends for the first time. He kissed me that night. "That was at the Nakalele blowhole," I tell her. "Was it pretty?" "It was," I say quietly. Unbelievable, really. The entire trip was. Thank you, by the way. Amy squeezes her eyes closed. "I am so glad Dane and I didn't go." Staring at her, I ask, "Seriously?" "Why would I regret missing it now? We would have had even more good memories ruined. I should have known it was a bad omen when literally everyone but you and Ethan got sick at the wedding." She turns her glassy eyes up to me. "It was a sign from the universe." "Dios," Mom interjects. Diego holds up a finger. "Beyoncé." "That you and Ethan are the ones who should be together," Amy slurs. "Not me and Dane." "I agree," Mom says. "So do I," Tío Omar calls from the kitchen. I hold up my hands to stop them all. I don't think Ethan and I are going to happen, guys. My phone rings again, and Amy stares right at me, eyes suddenly clear. "He's always been the good brother, hasn't he?" "He's been the good brother," I agree, "but not the best boyfriend or the best brother-in-law." I lean forward, kissing her nose. "You, on the other hand, are the best wife, sister, and daughter, and you are very loved." "I agree," Mom says again. "So do I," Diego says, lying across our laps. "So do I," a chorus calls from the kitchen. The good brother continues to call me a few times a day for the next several days, and then transitions to texts that say simply, "I'm sorry. Olive, please call." I feel like such an enormous jerk. When I don't respond to any of them, he seems to take the hint and stops trying to get in touch with me, but I'm not sure if that's better or worse. At least when he was calling and texting, I knew he was thinking about me. Now he might be focused on moving on, and I'm so conflicted over how that makes me feel. On the one hand, screw him for not having my back, for enabling his brother to be a terrible boyfriend/husband, for being obstinately obtuse about a serial cheater. But on the other hand, what would I do in the same situation to protect Amy? Would it be hard to see her as sketchy the same way it was hard for Ethan to see Dane? On top of that, Ethan was so perfect in all other respects. Witty, playful, infatuated, and stellar in bed. It honestly feels so crappy to lose my boyfriend because we disagreed with a fight that didn't even involve us, really, rather than because we weren't a good fit. We were a good fit. Our ending, by contrast, still seems so jagged and unfinished. About a week after Dane leaves, I move out of my apartment and into Amy's house. Amy doesn't particularly want to be alone, and it works for me, too. I like the idea of saving to buy a place of my own, or having some extra in the bank for an adventure, once I figure out what kind of adventure I want to have. I see all these choices unrolling in front of me: career, travel, friends, geography, and despite things being insane and hard and messy, I don't think I've ever liked myself more than I do now. It's the strangest feeling to be proud simply because I'm taking care of me and mine. Is this what it's like to grow up? Amy is so oddly, constitutionally solid that once Dane picks up his stuff from the garage and officially moves out, she seems mostly fine. It's almost as if the knowledge that he is trash is enough for her to get over him. The divorce doesn't seem like a wild good time, but she plugs ahead through her divorce checklist with the same calm determination with which she sent in the 1,000 sweepstakes entries to win the honeymoon. "I'm going to have dinner with Ethan tomorrow," she says out of the blue while I make us pancakes for dinner. I flip one badly, and it folds in half, batter oozing onto the lip of the pan. "Why would you do that?" "Because he asked me," she says, like it's obvious. "And I can tell he feels bad. I don't want to punish him for Dane's sins." I frown at her. "That's big of you, but you know you could still punish Ethan for Ethan's sins." "He didn't hurt me." Amy stands to refill her glass of water. "He hurt you, and I'm sure he wants to own that too. But that's between the two of you, and you have to answer his calls first." "I don't have to do anything where Ethan Thomas is concerned." Amy's silence leaves my words to echo back to me, and I realize how they sound. So unforgiving, but familiar. I haven't felt like that version of myself in so long, and I don't like it. "Well," I amend, "tell me how dinner goes, and I'll decide if he deserves a phone call." From what I can tell, Amy and Ethan had a great time at dinner. He showed her photos from our Maui trip, ate a sufficient amount of the blame for Dane's past behavior, and generally charmed her senseless. "Yeah, he's really good at being charming over dinner," I tell her, aggressively unloading the dishwasher. "Remember the Hamiltons in Maui?" "He told me about that," Amy says and laughs. "Something about being invited to a club where they look at labia in mirrors." She drinks from her wine glass. "I didn't ask for clarification." "He misses you." I try to pretend like this doesn't absolutely thrill me, but I'm sure my sister sees straight through that nonsense. "Do you miss him?" she asks. Yes, there's no purpose in lying. A lot. But I opened my heart to him, and he pinched it. I close the dishwasher and lean against the counter to face her. "I'm not sure if I'm the kind of person who can open back up again." "I think you are." "But if I'm not," I say, "then I think that means I'm smart, right?" Amy smiles at me, but it's her new, restrained smile, and it wrecks me a little. Dane killed something in her, some optimistic, innocent light, and it makes me want to scream. And then the irony hits me. I don't want to let Ethan make me cynical again. I like my new optimistic and innocent light. I want you to know I'm proud of you, she says. I see all the changes you're making. My life feels like mine again, but I didn't know I needed her to acknowledge it. I take her hand, giving it a little squeeze. Thank you. We're both growing up, holding some people accountable for their choices, letting other people make amends for theirs. She lets the sentence trail off and gives me a little grin. Very subtle, Amy. Wouldn't it be weird for you if Ethan and I got back together? I ask. She shakes her head and quickly swallows another sip of wine before saying, No, actually. It would make me feel like everything that happened in the past 3 years happened for a reason. Amy blinks away, almost like she doesn't want to admit this next part, but can't help herself. I'm always going to want there to be a reason for it. I know now that it's a waste of my time looking for reasons, or fate, or luck, but I've definitely come to embrace choices in the past month or so, and I'm going to have to figure out which one I'll make where Ethan is concerned. Do I forgive him, or do I walk away? The night that a choice is put directly in front of me, the unexpected and terrible happens. I am happily working a dinner shift when Charlie and Molly Hamilton are seated in my section. I can't blame the hostess, Shelley, because how would she know that this is perhaps the most awkward dining party she could give me? But the moment I approach the table and they look up, we all fall into a corpse-level silence. Oh, I say. Hi. Mr. Hamilton does a double-take over the top of his menu. Olive? I enjoy waitressing so much more than I ever expected, but I admit I don't enjoy the tiny wince that snags his shoulder when he registers that I'm not just coming up to his table to say hello, but I am in fact here to serve his dinner. This is going to be awkward for all of us. Mr. Hamilton, Mrs. Hamilton, good to see you. I smile, nodding to each of them. Inside, I am screaming like a woman being chased with a chainsaw in a horror movie. I'm supposed to be serving you this evening, but I expect that we would all feel more comfortable if you were put in someone else's section? Mr. Hamilton gives me an easy, generous grin. I'm okay with this if you are, Olive. Ah, but here's the kicker. I am not. Molly looks at him, brows pulled low. I think she's trying to say she would be more comfortable not having to serve the man who fired her on her first day of work. My eyes go wide. Is Molly Hamilton on Team Olive here? I smile again at her, then him, struggling to keep a bit of professional distance. It will just take a moment to get you set up. We've got a beautiful table right by the window for you. With pinpricks all down my neck, and Molly's hissed, Are you pleased with yourself now, Charles? You are still trying to fill that position. Echoing in my ear, I hustle over to Shelley, tell her the situation, and she quickly shuffles a few reservations around. They're moved, given a free appetizer, and I exhale an enormous breath. Dodged that bullet. But then I return to my section to find that Ethan Thomas is seated at the table in their place. He's alone and wearing a gaudy Hawaiian shirt with a vibrant plastic lei, and when I approach the table, mouth agape, I realize that he's brought his own glass, a plastic fluted cocktail cup with a giant $1.99 sticker on it. What in God's name am I seeing? I ask, aware that at least half of the diners and much of the restaurant staff is watching us. It's almost like they all knew he'd be here. Hi, Olive, he says quietly. He laughs, and seeing him nervous does wiggly, protective things to me. I was wondering whether you served Mai Tais here. I say the first thing that comes to mind. Are you drunk? I'm trying to grand gesture. For the right person. Remember when we had delicious Mai Tais? He nods to the cup.
Of course I remember. That day, I believe, was the day I fell in love with you. I turn and glare at Shelley, but she won't meet my eyes. The kitchen staff scurries back into the kitchen. David pretends to be engrossed in something on an iPad near the water pitchers, and if I didn't know better, I'd think that was Amy's flash of dark hair darting down the hall to the bathroom. You fell in love with me? I whisper, handing him a menu in a pathetic attempt to make it look like there's nothing to see here. I did, he says, and I miss you so much. I wanted to tell you how sorry I am. Here? I ask. Here. While I'm working? While you're working. Are you just going to repeat everything I say? He tries to wrestle his smile under control, but I can see how much this exchange lights him up inside. I try to pretend it doesn't do the same to me. Ethan is here. Ethan Thomas is grand gesturing in an ugly shirt with a fake Mai Tai glass. It's taking my brain a little time to catch up to my heart, which is currently jackhammering away beneath my breastbone. It's beating so hard, in fact, that my voice shakes. Did you coordinate with the Hamiltons for maximum effect here? The Hamiltons? He asks, and turns to follow my eyes over to their table. Oh! Ducking, he glances up at me, eyes comically wide, as if there's anywhere to hide in that shirt. Oh, Ethan. Wow, he whispers. They're here? That is a coincidence, and awkward. That's awkward? I look with meaning at his bright shirt and his day-glow green cup in the middle of the classy, muted dining room of Camellia. But instead of looking embarrassed, Ethan straightens, growling a quiet, "Oh, you're ready for awkward?" He reaches up to begin unbuttoning his shirt. "What are you doing?" I hiss. "Ethan, keep your clothes—" He shrugs out of it, grinning, and words immediately fall away, because beneath his Hawaiian shirt, he's wearing a shiny green tank top that strongly resembles— Tell me that's not, I say, biting back a laugh that is so enormous, I'm not sure I'm big enough to contain it. It was Giulietta's, Ethan confirms, and looks down at his chest. We had it made out of her dress. Yours is, presumably, still intact in your closet. I burned it, I tell him, and he looks like he's going to vehemently protest this decision. Okay, fine, I didn't. I planned to. I can't help but reach out and touch the slippery satin. I didn't realize you were attached to it. Of course I am. The only thing better than you in that dress was you out of it. Ethan stands, and now everyone is really looking at him. He's tall, hot, and wearing a shiny green tank top that leaves nothing to the imagination. Ethan is in great shape, but still. That really is a terrible color, I say. He laughs, giddy. I know. Like, it says a lot that even someone as cute as you can't pull it off. I watch his smile turn into something heated and seductive. You think I'm cute? In a gross way. He laughs at this, and it honestly sends a sharp pang through my chest how much I love that smile, on this face. Cute in a gross way. Okay. You're the worst, I growl, but I'm grinning and don't pull away when he slides his hand to my hip. Maybe so, he agrees. But remember what I told you about my penny? How it isn't so much that the penny itself is lucky, but it reminds me of times when good things happened. He gestures to the shirt and waggles his eyebrows. I want you back, Olivia. Ethan, I whisper, and dart my eyes around, feeling the pressure of everyone's attention on us still. This moment is starting to feel like a reconciliation, and as much as my heart and lungs and lady parts are on board for that, I don't want to roll over the deeper issue here, which is that what he did by ignoring my truth wasn't okay. You really hurt me. We had this rare, awesome honesty, and so when you thought I was lying, it was really hard. I know.
He bends so that his lips are right near my ear.
I should have listened to you. I should have listened to my own instincts. I'm going to feel shitty about that for a long time.
There are two responses in me. One is a joyful, okay then, let's do this, and the other is a fearful, oh hell no. The first feels breezy and light, the second feels comforting and familiar and safe. As good as it feels to be careful and to risk boredom and loneliness over heartache, I don't particularly want comfortable and safe anymore. I guess you deserve another chance, I tell him, only inches away from his kiss. You do give a great massage. His smile comes to rest on mine, and the entire restaurant erupts. All around us, people stand from their chairs, and I look up, realizing that men in the corner were Dad and Diego in wigs, and the table of women in the back was Mom, Tia Maria, Jimena, Jules, and Natalia. The woman in the hallway to the bathroom really was Amy, and the restaurant is filled with my family, who are all standing and clapping like I'm the luckiest woman alive. And maybe I am. Looking over, I see the Hamiltons near the window, standing and clapping too. I suspect that they didn't just show up here tonight, that Amy got them here so they could see that what they endured with us in Maui resulted in something enduring between me and Ethan here tonight. But in the end, it doesn't matter. I don't think I've ever imagined happiness like this. Luck, fate, determination, whatever it is, I'll take it. I pull Ethan down to me, feeling the slippery slide of his tank top under my hands and my laugh echoing into our kiss.
Epilogue. 2 years later. Ethan. Man, he is out. Is he drooling? He's a cute sleeper, but deep, wow. I bet people drew on his face in college. Not usually this deep. A pause. I try to open my eyes, but the fog of sleep is still too heavy. I'm tempted to lick his face to wake him up. Would that be mean? Yes. Many have said that my girlfriend and her sister are so similar that even their voices sound the same, but after 2 years with her, I can distinguish Olive's easily. Both voices are soft, with an almost imperceptible accent, but Olive's is huskier, slightly scratchy around the edges, but she doesn't use it much. Always the listener with most people, the observer. Lucas, it's Amy's voice again, wavy and slow as if coming through water. Can you carry him off the plane if we need to? Doubtful. I'm jostled. A hand comes up to my shoulder, sliding up my neck to my cheek. Ethan, this is your father. We are landing. It isn't my father, in fact. It's Olive, speaking through her fist directly into my ear. I drag myself out of sleep with intense effort, blinking. The seat in front of me comes into blurry focus. The surface of my eyes feels syrupy. He lives! Olive leans over into my field of vision and grins. Hi. Hi. I lift a heavy hand and rub my face, trying to clear the fog. We're almost on the ground, she says. I swear I just fell asleep. 8 hours ago, she tells me. Whatever Dr. Lucas gave you worked well. I lean forward, looking past Olive in the middle seat and Amy on the aisle to where Amy's new boyfriend and my longtime friend and physician, Lucas Khalif, sits on the other aisle seat. I think you gave me a dose for a horse. He lifts his chin. You're a lightweight. I fall back against the seat, preparing to close my eyes again, but Olive reaches for me, turning my face to the window so I'll look. The view sucks the breath out of my throat. The intensity of color is like a slap. I missed this the first time we came to Maui, spending the entire flight pretending not to look at Olive's boobs through my anxiety haze. But below us, the Pacific Ocean is a sapphire resting on the horizon. The sky is so blue it's nearly neon. Only a handful of wispy clouds are brave enough to block the view. Holy shit, I say. Told you. She leans in, kissing my cheek. You okay? Groggy. Olive reaches up and tweaks my ear. Perfect, because first up is a dip in the ocean. That'll wake you up. Amy dances in her seat, and I glance at my girlfriend as she takes in her sister's reaction. Amy's excitement is infectious, but Olive's is nearly blinding. Things were hard for her for a long time after losing her job, but it also gave her a clarity she'd never had before. She realized that while she loved science, she didn't particularly love her job. While waiting tables at Camellia, she served a woman who ran a non-profit health advocacy center. After a long meal peppered with intense, enthusiastic conversations while Olive worked a busy dinner shift, Ruth hired Olive as her community education coordinator, in charge of speaking at schools, church groups, retirement communities, and businesses about the science behind vaccines. She gets to geek out all over the Midwest about the flu vaccine now. When she found out where the National Community Health Awareness Winter Conference would be this year, Maui, we knew it was fate. We owed Amy a trip to the island. The landing gear lowers, the plane crosses the coastline, and then sweeps over the lush landscape of the island. I glance down my road where Amy has reached across the aisle to hold Lucas's hand. It's fitting that her first time in Maui should be with someone who adores her with as much devotion as he does. And it's fitting that this time Olive and I are headed to Maui. I've got a real ring in my pocket. Day 2, and it took some convincing to get Amy to agree to go ziplining. For one, it wasn't free. And also, ziplining essentially requires jumping from a platform, trusting the harness, and flying through the air while hoping there really is a platform on the other side. For a woman like Amy, who relishes keeping a stranglehold on all of the variables possible at any given moment, ziplining isn't ideal. But it's one of the few things Olive and I didn't get to do on our first trip, and my girlfriend would hear no dissent. She did the research for the best location, bought the tickets, and now ushers us up to the platform for our first jump with a no-nonsense wave of her hand. "Step right up," she says. Amy peers over the edge of the platform and then immediately takes a step back. "Wow, it's high." "That's a good thing," Olive reassures her. "It would be way less fun to do this from the ground." Amy stares flatly at her. "Look at Lucas," Olive says. "Lucas isn't scared." He finds himself the object of all of our attention right as he's adjusting himself in the harness. Lucas gives her a little salute, but I tilt my head. Lucas probably isn't scared because Lucas regularly goes skydiving. "You're supposed to be on my team," Olive growls. "Team listen to Olive because this will be fun, damn it." "I'm always on that team." I pause and give her a winning smile. "But is it a good time to suggest a better team name? Or no?" She stares me down, and I fight a smile because if I told her right now that with her blue shorts and white tank top and the blue harness and yellow helmet they've given her, she looks like Bob the Builder, she would murder me with her bare hands. "Look, Amy," she says, and her mouth curls into a delighted grin. "I'll go first." The first drop is 50 feet above a ravine with a platform 150 feet away. 2 years ago, Olive would have waited until everyone was safely on the other side before taking her turn, certain her bad luck would snap the cord or break the platform and end with us all crumpled on the forest floor. But now, I watch as she stands behind the gate, following instructions to wait until her lead is strapped to the pulleys, and then steps out onto the platform. She hesitates for only a moment before taking off in a running leap and sailing, screaming, through the tops of the trees. Amy watches her go. She's so brave. She doesn't say it like it's an epiphany. She just says it like it's a fact, something we've all always known about Olive, a core quality. And it's true, of course. But these little truths finally being spoken out loud are tiny, perfect revelations, dropped like jewels in Olive's palm. So even though Olive didn't hear this, it's still awesome to see Amy looking after her twin in wonder like this, like she's still figuring things out about this person she knows as well as she knows her own heart. The last line of the day is one of the biggest in Hawaii, nearly 2,800 feet from platform to platform. The best part is there are 2 parallel lines. We can ride it in tandem. As we make our way to the top, I remind her where to keep her hands and to angle her wrists the opposite direction that she wants to turn. And remember, even though we're starting side by side, I'll probably make it there faster because I weigh more. She stops, looking up at me. "Okay, Sir Isaac Newton, I don't need a lesson." "A what? I wasn't giving one." "You were mansplaining how gravity works." I go to argue, but her brows go up, as in, think before you speak, and it makes me laugh. She's not wrong. Leaning in, I press a kiss to the top of her yellow helmet. I'm sorry. She scrunches her nose, and my eyes follow the movement. Her freckles were the first thing I noticed about her. Amy has a few, but Olive has 12, scattered just across the bridge of her nose and over her cheeks. I had an idea of what she looked like before we met. Obviously, I knew she was Dane's girlfriend's twin. But I wasn't prepared for the freckles and how they moved with her smile, or the way adrenaline dumped into my veins when she pointed that smile at me and introduced herself. She didn't smile like that at me again for years. Her hair is curly from the humidity and coming loose from her ponytail, and even dressed like Bob the Builder, she's still the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Beautiful, but also very suspicious. That apology was easier to extract than I expected. I run my thumb over a strand of her rebellious hair and push it back from her face. She has no idea how good my mood is right now. I'm struggling to find the right moment to propose, but I'm enjoying every second more than the one that came before it. It makes it hard to choose how and when to do this. Sorry to disappoint, I say. You and your arguing kink. With a blushing eye roll, she turns back toward the group. Shut up. I bite back my smile. Stop making that face. I laugh. How do you know I'm making a face? You're not even looking at me. I don't have to look at you to know you're doing that derpy heart eyes thing. I bend to whisper in her ear, maybe I'm making a face because I love you, and I like when you're argumentative. I can show you just how much I like it when we get back to the hotel. Get a room. Amy shares a commiserating look with Lucas as he's strapped into the pulley. But then she turns and meets Olive's gaze across the platform. I don't need to understand secret twin telepathy to know that Amy isn't just happy for her sister. She's elated. Amy isn't the only one who believes Olive deserves every bit of bliss this world has to offer. Seeing that tiny, salty woman crack up or melt or light up like a constellation gives me life. Now I just have to get her to agree to marry me. I think I've found my moment when 4 nights in we're given a sunset that's so surreal it feels computer-generated. The sky is this layered parfait of pastels. The sun seems reluctant to disappear entirely, and it's one of those perfect progressions where we can watch it slowly diminish in size until it's nothing but a tiny dot of light, and then, poof, it's gone. It's right then that I hold my phone up, snapping a selfie of Olive and me on the beach. The sky is a calming purple blue. Her hair is blowing across her face. We're both a little tipsy. Our feet are bare, toes digging in the warm sand, and the happiness in our expression is palpable. It's a great fucking photo. I stare down at it, spinning a little inside. I'm so used to seeing our faces together, so used to how she fits against my shoulder. I love her eyes and her skin and her smile. I love our wild moments and our quiet ones. Love fighting and fucking and laughing with her. I love how easy we look side by side. I've spent the last few days agonizing over when to propose, but it occurs to me that this is when I do it, in this quiet space, when we're just us, having a perfect night. Amy and Lucas are down the beach a ways, walking in the lapping waves, and so it feels like we have this little stretch of sand entirely to ourselves. I turn to her. My heart is a thunder inside me. Hey, you. She grins at the phone, taking it from me. This is cute. It is. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. Caption this photo, she says, oblivious to my internal mayhem, my mental preparation for one of the biggest moments of my life. I say, a little thrown, but thinking as I try to play along. And then she bursts out laughing. Here's one. She said yes. She leans into me, cracking up. Oh my God, this is a good picture of us, but this is exactly the kind of vacation photos people in Minnesota put on their mantle in shell-encrusted frames to remind themselves of the sunshine when we are in the deepest pit of winter. She hands the phone back to me. How many Minnesotans do you think get engaged on the beach? 80%? 90%? Shaking her head, she grins at me. What total? and then she stops, her gaze moving over my face. It feels like a wad of cotton has lodged itself in my throat. Olive claps a hand over her mouth as realization draws her eyes comically wide. Oh, shit. Oh, Ethan. Oh, shit. No, it's okay. You weren't, were you? Am I that big an asshole? But no, I don't, it isn't. Don't worry. She gapes at me, eyes wide with panic as it becomes clear her sarcasm wasn't that far off the mark. I am such a dick that I've broken your brain. I don't know whether to be amused by this destroyed attempt at proposing or bummed. It did seem like the perfect moment. I felt like we were on the same page, and then, nope, not even a little. Ethan, I'm so... Ollie, it's okay. You don't know what I was going to say. You think you do, but you don't. Based off her unsure look, I add, trust me, it's all good. I lean in, kissing her, trying to get her to let go with a gentle bite to her lower lip, a growl that has her softening beside me, opening her mouth to let me feel her. It escalates until we're both a little out of breath, wanting to take it to the next place where clothes come off and bodies come together. But although it's getting dark, it isn't that dark or that empty out here on the beach. When I pull back and smile at her like everything is fine, I can sense the skepticism lingering in her posture, how she holds herself carefully like she doesn't want to make a wrong move. Even if Olive thinks I was going to propose, she still hasn't said anything like, I would say yes, or I was waiting for you to ask. So maybe it's a good thing I didn't manage to get the words out. I know that her view of marriage has been marred by her parents and by Amy and Dane, but I also like to think that I've changed her views on long-term commitment. I love her wildly. I want to marry her, but I have to accept the reality that it isn't what she wants, and we can live just as happily together forever without that ceremony binding us. God, my brain is a blender all of a sudden. She lays down in the sand, pulling me gently back so that she can curl on her side, her head to my chest. I love you, she says simply. I love you too. Whatever you were going to say, sweetheart, let it go. She laughs, kissing my neck. Okay, fine. We need a new subject, something to help us limp away from this crash. You really like Lucas, don't you? I ask. It had taken Amy almost a year to start dating again after the divorce. Dane held out hope that she'd take him back and that they could work things out, but I didn't blame her for not wanting to try. My brother didn't just lose Amy's trust in all this. He lost mine too. Things between us have slowly gotten better, but we still have a long way to go. I do. He's good for her. I'm glad you introduced them. I didn't think Olive would ever welcome another guy into her sister's life. She was protective at first, but at dinner one night, Lucas, doctor, adventure seeker, and widowed father of the most adorable 4-year-old I've ever seen, won her over. Ethan, she says quietly, pressing small kisses up my neck and along my jaw. She holds her breath, and then lets it out in a shaky exhale. I saw the ugliest dress the other day. I wait for her to continue, admittedly confused, but finally have to prompt her. Trust me, I'm riveted. Tell me more. She laughs, pinching my waist. Listen, it was this horrific orange, sort of fuzzy, like velvet, but not. Something between velvet and felt. Velvet. This story keeps getting better. Laughing again, she bares her teeth against my jaw. I was thinking we could get it for Amy. As payback. I turn my face to hers. Up close, she's only individual features, enormous brown eyes, full red mouth, high cheekbones, gently sloping nose. What? She rolls her eyes and growls. When she speaks, I see her bravery. It's the same Olive who blindly jumped from a platform to sail through the forest. I'm saying, maybe if we got married, she would have to wear the ugly dress this time. Struck dumb, all I can manage is, "You want to get married?" Suddenly unsure of herself, Olive pulls back. "Don't you?" "Yes, totally, absolutely." I trip over my words, gathering her back close to me. "I didn't think, if from earlier, I thought you weren't." She looks directly at me, chin up. "I do." Olive slides over onto me, cupping my face. "I think my joke earlier was totally Freudian. I thought maybe you would, but then we've been here a few days and you didn't, and then I was like, why shouldn't I do it? There's no rule book that says it has to be the man." I reach into my pocket and pull out the tiny box. "It's true, it doesn't have to be me, and you can totally get down on one knee to propose, but just so you know, I don't think this ring would fit me." She squeals, rising to her knees to take the box. "For me? I mean, only if you want it. I can go ask someone else if you—" Olive shoves me, laughing. If I'm not mistaken, her eyes are a little misty. She opens the box and slides her hand over her mouth when she sees the delicate band lined with a halo of diamonds, the emerald-cut stone cradled in the center. I'll admit, I'm proud of myself. It is a pretty great ring. "Are you crying?" I ask, grinning. Drawing intensely positive emotion out of this woman makes me feel godlike. But of course, Olive would never admit to happy tears. "No?" I squint at her. "You sure?" "Yes." She valiantly works to clear her eyes. "I mean," I lean in for a closer look, "it looks like you might be." "Shut up." Gently, I kiss the corner of her mouth. "Will you marry me, Oscar Olivia Torres?" Her eyes close and a tear breaks loose. "Yes." Smiling, I kiss the other side of her mouth and then slide the ring on her finger. We both look down at it. "Do you like it?" Her voice shakes. Yeah." "Are you usually better at making conversation than you are with me?" She laughs, tackling me. The sand is still warm at my back, and this little bundle of fire is hot all along my front, and I burst out laughing too. What a ridiculous, silly, mistake-ridden proposal that was. It was absolutely perfect.
The Unhoneymooners was written by Christina Lauren and read by Cynthia Farrell and Deacon Lee. Editing and post-production by Matt Kartsonis. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. The Unhoneymooners is available in print from Gallery Books. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, My Favorite Half-Night Stand by Christina Lauren. Read by Deacon Lee and Shayna Thibodeau.
The following is an excerpt from Christina Lauren's The Honeymoon Crashers, read by a full cast.
Once upon a time, I was the good twin. I was in the way that the twin dichotomy game is played. At least, one is happy, the other is grouchy. One is optimistic, the other is cynical. One is lucky, the other is cursed. One is good, one is evil. A few years ago, I had it all. I was happy, optimistic, and lucky. I had boundless energy, drive, and gumption. I was a go-getter. I had a steady job, the respect of my peers, and the perfect work-life balance. I owned a house with a husband who seemed like the perfect man. I thought I was prepared for anything. But I was wrong. All it took to unravel the perfect life I'd stitched together was a tiny tug on a single thread. Or 3 threads. Really, if you count the number of women my husband was sleeping with. It turns out, the good twin is the one who tries to warn her sister that her new husband is a dirtbag. The evil twin is the one who believes the dirtbag over her sister. Lesson fucking learned. 4 years later, I know to trust my twin sister Olive's instincts. But when she drops a bombshell at Sunday family dinner, I think maybe we were right the first time, and she really is the evil one. Say that again?
What part?
All of it, Ollie.
I just spoke for 5 full minutes, Amy. You need me to repeat it all? Can I give a summary instead? Fine. Ethan and I are eloping.
Dios mío.
Eloping?
You might as well just spit in your family's face.
Listen, I get that this is a surprise. We know the whole family wants to celebrate with us.
It's funny you say the whole family, but picked a night where only 5 of us are here.
Of course I did, Diego. You think I want Jules and Nat to kick my ass? This way, Mom will tell Maria, and Maria will tell everyone. This isn't my first rodeo.
What Olive is trying to say is that we want our wedding to be low-key, chill.
Ethan, mijo, we can be chill.
All due respect, Mommy. But you and your siblings are about as chill as a lava pit.
You're really just going to elope?
That's the plan.
When?
Soon.
Why do I get the feeling you're planning to flee and not tell anyone?
We're literally telling you right now.
Where are you going?
Maui, this weekend, actually.
Ollie, I can't believe you planned this without telling me.
There wasn't much to plan.
Not much to plan? It's a wedding! There are people whose entire 9-to-5 job is planning weddings.
Wait. Olive, are you knocked up?
Diego.
Pregnant and unwed? Why don't you cut my heart out?
Mom, last week you said you worried you'd die before you had grandchildren.
So you went out and got pregnant?
I'm not pregnant! We just don't want to spend tens of thousands of dollars for one day of festivities when all we care about is the being married part. We're spending the money on a nice 3-week vacation and keeping the wedding very simple.
A wedding doesn't have to be expensive.
Exactly. If you don't care about the details, then let us plan it.
You, Diego? You house sat for us last summer and didn't check the mail or take the trash to the curb once in 2 weeks.
But I fed your dog. Mail and trash duty is for peasants. You know I would fucking crush event planning.
Fíjate en lo que dices.
Sorry, Tia, but you know I'm right.
There's not enough glitter on the Hawaiian Islands for what you'd want to do.
Is that a challenge?
No, it is not. Amy, why are you making that face? What's wrong?
There's no wedding curse, you know? Just because my wedding was a disaster doesn't mean yours will be, Ollie. If that's why you're doing this.
Exactly. Don't you know how the universe works? Amy wins a TV, and Ollie's TV breaks. Amy finds $100, and Olive loses her wallet. Amy wins Homecoming Queen, and Olive spends half the dance with her dress tucked into her underwear. So if Amy's wedding was awful, that means yours will be perfect. See? The universe holds us safely in its palm.
I don't believe in that stuff anymore.
Liar.
Whether any of it is about luck or fate or the universe is irrelevant. Ethan and I want this to be easy for everyone.
By making your Tia Maria cry?
I don't want to make anyone cry, Mom.
Ah, mi hija no sabe nada.
I do know, Mom. I know weddings are for the family, but I also know our family, and we can't do anything halfway. I wasn't even going to mention it, but Ethan insisted I tell you because he didn't want you to be hurt when we came home married.
Am I supposed to thank the man who took my daughter out, got her pregnant, and now is taking her somewhere far away to get married without her family?
Mommy.
Okay, listen, how does this sound? My very not pregnant wife and I will be returning 3 weeks from this Sunday. When we're back, we'll have the tornaboda at our place or Tia Sylvia and Tio Omar's house. Whatever you want. What? Why is everyone staring at me?
You said wife.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
You like hearing me call you wife?
I really, really do, husband.
Okay, you two, take it down a notch.
Oh, come on. It's pretty fucking swoony.
She's going to be a mother, and she's still got such a mouth on her.
If we're done with the verbal PDA, what's with the silent treatment, Amelia?
Diego, leave her alone. She's just working through this.
I don't trust a quiet Amy. The last time she was this quiet during a family meeting, we ended up in a denim-on-denim Sears family portrait session.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. Olive Torres never forgets a birthday, is the first to show up at the doorstep when one of us has a bad day, won't miss a single Sunday dinner, but she wants to elope? Are you sure that's what you want, Ollie? To not be with us when you and Ethan get married?
Amy, yeah, I'm sure.